slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hater plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In the yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the oh well. Need 100 million on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Welcome everyone to Titan Esports. Despite the graphic, it is actually Divinity League, and we are in the semifinals of the playoffs for the summer split. I'm Caleb Peng, I'm Joe Chong, and today we got a very exciting Conduit Civil War, or maybe not a Civil War, because one of them is actually Ronduit. But how you doing, Chong?
I mean, I'm doing great. Real excited for this series we have tonight. Always love getting to cast Civil Wars on the mainstream. It's always so hype when everybody gets in here and watches these. But at the end of the day, one of these teams, they're going to be making grand finals, and the other one is going to be eliminated here at the finals by their sister team. So a lot on the line here. Obviously, these guys all like each other, but they want to come away with the win at the end of the night.
That's right. And so we have Ronduit Resports as one of the teams, and then the other one is Conduit Terminally Unhedged Greed, which we'll probably just call Tug. Or maybe we'll just call one Ronduit, one Conduit. But we have the draft underway shortly for you all. This is a best of 5 because it is the playoffs and it is fearless. So we could really go distance. We went the distance last week, go all the way to game 5. Let's see if it's going to happen or not for this week or not. A lot of predictions are that these two teams, not only do they know each other well, but maybe from a skill level and prediction wise, it might go the 5 games too. So we got Ronduit, blue side, first pick. Going to ban out the Syndra to start things off.
Yeah, and I mean, this one's going to be real interesting. Anytime we have to cast Glada, it's very much determining like how much priority he's going to have in the game. And playing against Peas, somebody who's known him for a long time and has played against him multiple times, is going to be interesting to watch how these two junglers really pair up against each other. So real excited to watch that specific matchup. But overall, I think these two teams are very even on skill level and like how they play the game, from like just like their bot laners to like top laners being able to take over a game by themselves. So definitely very interesting to see which team is going to get the slight edge in this one, because I think on paper this one can go either way, despite one team being a 1 seed, one team being a 2 seed. But I think these guys are all of them are very skilled players. So we're getting the last of the bans here. Zyra and Volibear banned out by Ronduit, more focus into Glada, as Smolder banned away from kills, Jarvan from Peas, and the Rel from Ipsy. And the first pick is going to be Talia, not a champion you typically see first pick. Normally you see jungler as that first option, because like Wukong's still available, Xin Zhao's still available, but wanting to push that a little bit later for Peas to have a potential counter pick, and immediately Wall Street just going to lock in the A-Soul as an answer.
Oh, my favorite champ. And yeah, I think it is a very interesting first pick because typically speaking, you are picking Talia to counter a lot of the dash champions as we get the Mordekaiser picked up for the second one. I guess there is a chance that this could be a Talia jungle, although that's not really super common these days. Could be a Talia bot lane too, which would also be, I mean, honestly, it's more common these days than not. But we get the Mel pickup. And so there is some flex potential between bot and mid, maybe even mid and jungle, depending on how you want to see it. That could also be a Mel support, which not as common these days, but it's a possibility. We do get the Trundle pickup. And again, there is flex potential here too. That could be Trundle on the top side, could be in the jungle. Mordekaiser could be in the jungle too. So a lot of questions so far on this draft on like where the champions are going. Civ are going to be in that bot lane though, so we do have at least on the Conduit Tug side of things a little bit more locked in lanes, I would say.
Yeah, and I mean, this Mordekaiser champ is so OP right now with the recent buffs. Getting 13% stat steal when you ult somebody is actually insane how much value it has. He has risen in priority so much, his win rate has spiked and everything like that. So not surprised to see that as an early option. This Mel potentially is that bot lane pick for kills. I think last time we casted them, he did play Melbot, or I might be confusing that with another league that I had casted him in, but he seems much more of the AD carry, willing to play those mage bots, while Slifer feels much more the traditional AD carry, hence why we're seeing the Sivir locked in. But you said there is that flex potential for the Trundle on the side of Ronduit Resports, but knowing Peas very well, this is one of his best champions. This is going to be in the jungle for him, so we'll have to see how Ronduit wants to round out the draft, because they already have double AP mages. They're going to need a lot of heavy AD, and Trundle is only so good at doing that. While the side of Tug, they're going to lock in the Nautilus to pair up with the Sivir, getting it a solid engage option for themselves. The bans were Nami, and Brand by the side of Tug, and Ronduit banning away the Nocturne and the Leona. They're going to get the Zahen for Dobbs up in the top lane as a potential answer to the Mordekaiser, but it's also a really good takeaway from the world at the end of the day. He is very skilled at this champion, has taken over games on it, but Jack's going to be locked in as potentially the counter into that Zahen. Ipsy did lock in that Alistar, so we're going to have a Mel Alley bot lane, which seems good because you're going against the Sivir Nautilus, who Sivir also wants to scale, so you're not going to be too punished for picking that Alistar, who is very weak in the early levels of that lane. So definitely some interesting drafts here. I think I have to slightly favor Tug just because I am much more of a fan of traditional marksmans in the bot lane over AP mages.
Yeah, and both topside champions, the Zahen and Trundle, and then the Jax and Mordekaiser can be flex on top in jungle in many different ways. So going to see if they end up, making those adjustments or not. And I think these players might be good enough that they have, they're both champions on their side, having mastery on it and experience running it. So we're going to see. I do like the Sivir pickup from the side of Tug because Sivir's one of those ADCs that can farm pretty safely, even, when solo laning, if like the support is roaming, especially, just with the ricochets and stuff. So it not really punished as hard from mage bot lanes, I would say. And indeed, it is going to be the Zahen top Trundle jungle and Jax top Mordekaiser jungle. So as you predicted, Chong, this should be a pretty good one though. Scaling wise, like obviously Aurelion Sol is going to be absolute monster in the late game, and they don't have a lot of maybe consistent damage for the Aurelion Sol. Like ADCs can like pump out a lot of auto damage, but they just have a lot of mages and then some close range champs. So I think the draft on the side of Tug looks a little bit better in my opinion, but it can still go both ways depending on how strong the early game is for Ronduit. And here we go, game number 1, Ronduit versus Conduit Tug. Conduit Civil War. And let's see how we're going to kick things off here. First statement game can make quite the difference in terms of morale purposes alone.
Yeah, and I also wanted to talk about the Alistar pick a little bit here by Ipsy. It is such a good answer into Sivir because, yes, you can spell shield the headbutt coming out of Alistar, but Alistar's still going to get that dash to you, and then he can just knock you up with that Pulverize and then potentially get that trample stun as well. So you're going to have to watch how Ipsy plays it. Very good at this champion. But another interesting thing in this game is Fallen Warrior has actually gone for the Guardian on the Nautilus. Not something you typically see. It's normally just Aftershock all the time. Maybe sometimes you see Glacial Augment, but Guardian, not what I expected. You are going to get poked by Stark on the Talia and kills on the Mel, but I still think having the Aftershock for that tankiness on your engage is very pivotal. As top laners, Dobbs going for the TP over the combat summon of the Ignite that the world has gone to, so the world should have potentially more 1v1 power in the early levels over Dobbs, so you're going to have to watch how Dobbs plays around that.
And mage bots have definitely grown in popularity quite a bit, Mel being one of the more popular mages in this bot lane. And great flash reaction from Slifer to avoid the knockup from Yipsy, especially after they hit level 2 right before them. But that is going to be a crucial summoner spell gone. And we're going to have to keep our eyes on this bot lane and see if there's going to be a gank incoming or not. This matchup in the mid lane, interesting enough. Wall Street actually started out without a Doran's Ring, which is typically a little bit more common. We'll see if he'll be potentially punished for that greed or not. But starting with the crystal instead too, so not going to get as much value in this early game, but seems to be doing okay in CS though compared to Stark.
Yeah, and I would love to see Peas try to get down to this bot lane as soon as possible, but he's on the top side right now as he started on his bot camps, just because Slifer does not have that flash, and Sivir's already an immobile AD carry, so if you get that pillar in a good spot behind her, she just does not get to play the game. So I would love to see that gank from the Trundle coming out, but Kills and Ipsy doing a great job in this bot lane so far, just getting a lot of poke, but actually Kills gonna have to flash up getting root on the turret.
Yeah, they took a lot of turret damage. Ipsy did as well. The flash forward gets the root onto the Alistar, but a great bind there from Kills to slow down that engage, and that will stop that kill potential. However, Kills probably gonna have to back here and might lose a wave here there as they're looking to shove this or maybe even just go for a freeze. Top lane, though, going kind of expected. You know, Zahen not the strongest in the early game, but still hanging on there. Still plenty of health.
Yeah, and I mean, Fallen Warrior just played that extremely well. The second that Kills walks up to try to get that snare, just pulls him under the turret immediately, so draws power aggro. But now the World going in.
Ooh, here comes Black Eyed Peas, but the Counter-Strike does stun up the Trundle. However, the World just a few more autos away, and that's going to be first blood going up to Dobbs on the Zahen. Huge first blood for him. Going to lose a lot on the wave side of things for the World as well, especially you can see this on TP. Meanwhile, Seismic Shove does land onto Wall Street. Wall Street just going to breathe onto Stark, but running out of mana and going to have to go for the base here. Yeah, again, this is like the tough part, right? Without any type of mana regen item, too, you're going to have to kind of base quite a bit. And I think Stark overall should have a pretty easy laning phase against this Relin Soul.
Yeah, and I mean, Stark already had the early recall and TP back, having the tier and boots in inventory. Wall Street, because he starts with that Sapphire Crystal, was able to get that early Lost Chapter. But that gank in the top lane by Peas just very well played. Dobbs kind of baits the World in, does get stunned, but the flash comes out. Dobbs gets the pull back onto the World, and then the Pillar's just easily there to stop the World, who had already used that Leap Strike, so just ends up falling down there. The kill also does go over to Dobbs, which is very important in this matchup. He is down CS right now, kind of being bullied in the early lane, but that's expected. Zahen is strong early, but kind of wants to get to that first item before he really looks for a lot of scraps. But now P's down here in the bot lane. There's no flashes on either bot lane right now because Kills shoves in the wave, just nothing coming quite yet. So he's just going to go back, look for a potential different angle for this gank right now. Not going to be spotted out. There's no wards in the river, but we'll see if he actually does come for this. They're trying to bait this one on the side of Ronduit, but not going for it, I think, is a smart play just because they can survive for a while on the side of Tug. So P is just going to start up the first dragon of the game here, going to be that Ocean Drake, but Glad on the bot side, and now with the bot lane of Ronduit walking over, there could be a contest from the side of Tug. Could look go for this, but I think with where the bot lane is and how quickly this is going down from Peas, there might just be a give the Drake over and look for a fight afterwards.
All right, and looks like that might be exactly what they're doing as they're pushing for that fight. You got Mordekaiser on the side here, coming in from the flank from behind, and Glada is a level ahead. I mean, you can see with that 20 CS lead, that is going to be helpful, but a great pillar will stop that engage. Black Eyed Peas all over the map, helping the top laner get a kill too, but is down quite a bit of CS, and because of that experience too. So let's see if this is going to pay off or not. I think, you know, Tug just playing for the scaling game. They know they have a strong late game between that Aurelion Sol, the Sivir, and just the rest of the champs too, just scale fairly well too. So we'll see as we are going to contest over these Raptors. Glad going to hit level 6 though. This is going to be pretty big, but it actually opt to flash out instead of go back in for the fight. Maybe not confident there, and I think it's probably a good call as Wall Street is out of mana yet again, so would be kind of a dicey situation. Flash down, but does hit that level 6 early as Grim Deliverance is going to get Dobbs out to safety. Ignite is burning his health bar quite a bit though. He does have teleport, so he should be able to get back in the lane, no problem, as the World going to just continue to establish dominance in this top lane matchup. And kind of as expected too, but Dobbs not giving away any kills in the top lane is still going to be nice for him to kind of hang in against the Strax.
Yeah, Dobbs did have to flash away there. Still would have fallen down after the Grim Deliverance. He's going to look for the World right now, try to stop this recall, and he's going to be able to do so. So that's pretty good, especially with where the lane is right now, with it being close to his turret. But also, the fact that Peas is down camps makes a lot of sense. This is kind of his play style. He likes to get these ganks off, really get his laners ahead, and worry about himself secondary. While Glada, he's on the Mordekaiser, already clears extremely well thanks to that passive. So it makes sense for him to be up camps and just power clearing all of his camps, just because also there isn't a super lot of great gank assist on his team besides for the bot lane with Fallen Warrior. So it just makes sense for him to try to just get as strong as possible from constantly cycling through all of his camps. Look for potential invades when he has the angle. Oh wait, hold on.
Right, Dredgeline going to connect, but here comes the headbutt. Bullfry is going to stun up both members of the bot lane of Tug. However, they still have the same consistent damage, especially with the Mel on the Mage. And because of that, they're just going to run this off a bit. It's a good rebuttal to push that boomerang back over. But I think Tug's bot lane playing pretty well here too, you know, just keeping the aggression on, not letting this Mel have a free lane as much as possible. And overall, this game is still fairly even. Gold exactly the same. There's a Drake advantage, has the stun. The root does come onto Cypher, but Cypher able to walk that off. And it looks like there's going to be a gank on the top side, but meanwhile, this bottom side might not be in the best position either, as Ipsy going to get hooked up here, and the boomerang going to be reflected. But here comes the Golden Cliffs. Barrier popped, flashed away, but not going to be enough, as Kill's going to pick up that kill. And Fallen Ward is going to have to run for it. Dobbs picks up a kill against the World as well, so things are going fantastic for Ronduit in this early game. Definitely what they need, especially into the composition of Tug. And Death Scraps is going to land, but I don't think Glad is going to make it out here. No, not at all. Double kill on that top side. A kill on the ADC on the bot side too. Ronduit coming out swinging in the early minutes.
Yeah, Ronduit roars to life. They get the bot lane play. Kale's flashing in, getting the execute auto attack onto Slifer. Also, Stark tries to get in there with that Weaver's Wall. Has a really nice angle on the flick back. Forces Fallen Warrior to flash away. And then in the top lane, Dobbs in the 1v2 against the World and Glada gets the solo kill onto the World. Peas walks up there, puts Glada in a rough spot with a nice placement of the pillar, and then they're just able to get another kill for the side of Ronduit. 4-0 in this one, coming on strong early in this game, which you kind of need to with this composition, because you do get outscaled. The Asol and the Sivir, I think, scale better than their respective solo laners. It's a question of, I mean, the Mordekaiser scales very well in comparison to the Trundle. I think Jax does scale better. Wait, hold on.
Oh, Fallen Word is called out, and Fallen Word is going to drop. Black Eyed Peas picks up another kill. And that's going to be fantastic for the side of Ronduit. They're looking to contest some objectives here. Grubs are up, but neither team looking to go for it. Second jump does land onto Wall Street, and Wall Street going to try to get out this here. Forced to use the Falling Star, and now just going to breathe away, but that's going to be ultimate down for the next potential objective fight. I think at this point in time, too, Wall Street just going to contend on just stacking as much as possible, and, you know, I don't think it's going to be particularly smart for Tug to contest any objectives right now either. They're pretty far behind, right? Top side looking really strong, bot side fairly even, and of course, Aurelion Sol in this early game not going to be nearly as strong, especially with that Falling Star down on cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, that gank by Peas in the mid lane onto Wall Street to get that Falling Star out is actually very big, because it's before the Drake does spawn in the next 30 seconds. Glada able to get at least one Void Grub so far up in the top side, it seems like. All right, picks up 2. 1 went over to Peas. I'm not sure when that happened, but second Dragon is going to go over to the side of Ronduit here. It's going to be a Hex Tech Drake that they're going to be able to pick up. So we'll see what the Soul ends up being in this game, as it's going to be a Chem Tech Soul for game number 1. But now Peas looking for a potential gank in the bot lane, but the side of Tug just going to back away. Do not want to risk falling any further behind so far in this lane. But we can see on the minimap, Glada going for an invade onto Peas' top side makes a lot of sense, and you're still seeing a massive CS gap in the jungle, but Peas is the one affecting the map more, has a bounty on himself. 201. Wait, hold on, in the top lane though. World gonna get the Counter-Strike Leap Strike away from the turret aggro, so nothing really happening there. But so far, side of Ronduit find themselves with a 2,000 gold lead.
All right, Death Scrap's not going to land, but pulls Stark into the realm of death, and Glada is going to be pincered in this sandwich once he comes out. A great flash out from Stark to avoid getting killed here. Glada going to respond with his own flash, and unfortunately, Fallen Star not going to land, as the follow-up was there in the blue buff pits. And that's another kill going over to Ronduit. 6-0 to start off, and they're stacking Drakes as well. So I like that play, right? They just gave up to the Grubs. No worries there. They got one. And then, meanwhile, they are stacking up these Drakes to push the speed of this early game as much as possible and make it harder to give Tug the time needed to scale, as if they start getting Soul or Elder, that's going to be not great. Speaking of great, the World caught in a tough position, and that's another kill for Black Eyed Peas on a rampage. 4-0-1 on the Trundle. Trinity Force in hand as well. And this is starting to look pretty scary for Tug. I mean, yeah, they're going to have to play the scaling game, but even if you eventually scale, if you're way too behind on levels and items, you might not be able to scale long enough. So we'll kind of see how they respond. But so far, it's all been Ronduit in this early game.
Yeah, I mean, CS be damned. Peas is going to take over with his constant gang pressure and playing for his team. 4-0-1 now on the Trundle. Only not involved in 2 kills in this entire game so far. Is getting those neutral objectives as well, doing everything you'd want out of a jungler, to be honest, so far in this game. And I mean, he's not the only scary member. Hold on, Gipsy going in.
Ooh, a big headbutt pulverize, and here comes the Weaver's Wall. Start here for some additional backup. And if things didn't look great for Tug, it's starting to look even worse. Wall Street is here for some potential follow-up, but this is full health on the spot side of Ronduit, and I don't think this Relic Soul can quite take it out here, particularly with just one Blackfire Torch. But they're going to get some stacks and see what they can do. Meanwhile, Black IP is getting a lot of out in this mid lane and going to grab some potential plays on the mid lane turret as well. Glada is going to be there for the response to hold off this wave, as both junglers are just matching each other in the mid lane with no one on the bot side rotating over. But Wall Street is here now. Does have the Sky's Ascent too, and this is a big ultimate from Real Assault, the empowered version that could flip some fights. And we're going to see if Wall Street is going to use that or use it more defensive if he gets dove.
Yeah, and I mean, a big thing right now is the Rift Herald does spawn in the next minute, and Peas is be able to finish his jungle item, I believe, in that time before it spawns. So that means if there is a 50-50 contest, all smites for that go over to the side of Glada, as he has already finished off his jungle item. So it has that 1400 smite, which is very impactful. We're seeing some key first items being finished up here. P's already had the Trinity Force, but Dobbs now finishing his. You have almost on to that Archangel Staff on Stark. Ludens on kills. You have Essence Reaver here on Slifer. The Trinity Force responded by the world. The Rylai's on Glad have been picked up for a little while, and like you mentioned in the bot lane play where Wall Street TP's in, does have that Deathfire Torch, but we're getting first item spikes. But I still think, even despite that, the side of Ronduit just feels so much stronger so far in the game. I feel like their one item spikes in comparison, maybe besides the world, feel much more impactful. But now the Herald is up, and you can already see the side of Ronduit starting it as soon as it spawns, and Glada's on the bot side. So it should just be another neutral objective going over to the side of Ronduit in this game number 1.
Yeah, Dobbs not even needed for this Rift Herald, and Dobbs has this firm control over this top lane. Had a 2-level advantage, but the world just caught up with that 1 extra level. But now this laning phase is starting to get worse and worse for the world. Besides being behind on kills and gold, but just levels as well. And Zahan's going to be able to match just Jackson's side lanes in no problem. So Tug's going to have to really dig deep and find some pickoffs here. There is shutdown gold on 3 members of the side of Ronduit, so that could be some great comeback gold that can get back into it if they have that ability. But Wall Street going to have to play it safe here. A seismic shove could spell disaster. They're going to summon the Rift Herald in this mid lane, as I like this timing a lot. Chemtech Drake going to be coming up in 5 seconds, so this should just be so point for them, unless there's a real way for Tug to contest
Glada
this.
has
But
a good flank angle.
all right, Glada going for it, and let's see if Glada is able to grab something. But meanwhile, Glada is kind of just by himself instead. The Sky's Descent is ready for it, but Wall Street going to hold on to that ultimate a little bit longer, as they know that Glada is able to get out there. Fallen Warrior, though, is going to get hit with a seismic shove. Already dropped to low 50% HP. Death Grasp does land onto 2 members. And here comes the Sky's Descent, but it doesn't really do as much, as the rebuttal was there, and everyone else was kind of out of the circle of the ultimate. Here comes the headbutt pulverize. Fallen Warrior should be the first to fall, and Kill's going to be the one to grab that up. And now the TP comes over from Dobbs, and they're just going to have to give up Soul Point at this point in time. It was going to be a hard objective to contest either way. And you can see, too, you know, the Railing Soul not at that many stacks, so this guy's Ascending doesn't do nearly as much damage as one would hope. The World, though, going to just take out this first turret, grabs it. That's going to be a good chunk of gold for him. Can he get this 1v1 kill over to Stark? Both flashes used from both members. And now the World might have to wait out these cooldowns, as Stark does have quite a bit of damage. Seraph's Embrace is completed up with the upgraded magic pen boots. This Jax would be in trouble, but I think World's just going to walk it off.
Yeah, and I mean, once again, Ronduit just playing another scrap extremely well. Glada did have a big flank. Oh, wait, hold on. The World in a lot of trouble.
Wall Street interrupted by the pillar. Great plays from Black Eye, please. Both flashes spent, and the turret shot's just not enough for this fed Trundle. Meanwhile, Stark going to be counter-ganked on that top side from Glada, and Glada should be able to pick up the kill. So they're finally on the board. Only 9-1. The goal differential not as bad as it would seem, but I think everything else is what looks a little bit scary, right? Chemtech Soul is on the horizon, and Ronduit's top side would definitely benefit quite a bit from that Chemtech Soul, so not something you want to give up for Conduit Tug, but more importantly, you just don't want to be facing an Elder Drake in under 30 minutes, because if you lose that fight, that could just be GG's.
Yeah, and I mean, Stark did get a little greedy up there in the top side, was trying to get the world, maybe being a little greedy, tried to get the solo kill. Glada walks up, just puts him in the realm of death, says, "Come to Brazil, buddy," gets the first kill for the side of Tug. But I mean, back to that mid lane play before the Soul Point Drake was there. Glada had a big flank from the red side area of Ronduit, but Ipsy spots him out, headbutts him away, doesn't let him get in. Stark is able to get a ultimate off and use it just barely to close his distance away from Glada, which makes the engage just not available for the side of Tug, and then just the poke and re-engage angles from the side of Ronduit. Wall Street is going to be able to fly away because the pillar was used early by Black Eyed Peas. But I mean, so far Ronduit in like small scraps and for a majority of this game have just been playing extremely clean and calculated and just knowing how far they're allowed to push on these plays. But now Dobbs could be in a little bit of trouble down here.
Counter-Strike does land, and the world's still dishing out quite a bit of damage besides, even though he is behind Dobbs in general, behind gold. XP is similar though, so that just kind of jacks things. They're just going to take the side lane here. Here comes the Weaver's Wall. Stark going for a deep dive, and great reaction from Tug to avoid that. Stark now taking a good chunk of damage, and Glada, the Obliterate doesn't land onto Stark, so avoiding some of that damage. But here comes the Falling Star, and it's going to be Slifer that picks up the kill. This might be the kill, the fight that they're looking for, as Slifer does go down, but we get a shutdown for Wall Street, which is massive gold for the Reliant Soul. Ipsy forced to flash out. They're on the chase, though. Dredgeshine does connect. Glada going to be the one to pick up that kill, too. A 3-for-1 trade. Fantastic for Conduit Tug to get back into this game. That's a lot of gold in their pockets. You see now, it's only a 500 gold difference right then and there. That's huge.
Yeah, the first real misstep by the side of Ronduit in this game. Stark uses the Weaver's Wall to make sure they can get the turret in the mid lane, but then he jumps off of it on the wrong side. So get the replay of it here. So you can see they're looking to just siege up the tier 1 turret in the mid lane. So Fallen Warrior and Slifer are just trying to defend right now, but the Weaver's Wall comes out, and instead of jumping down, he jumps up. Stark now stuck in a 1v2. Glada, yes, is isolated, but Stark takes so much damage. The Super Blast Clone from the Chemtech is there. Stark just goes down instantly, and then both him and Kills standing in the Sky's Descent get stunned up. Yes, Kills gets the return kill onto Slifer, but the world had the first track to the mid lane play, is able to pick up the kill in return. Ipsy tries the flash, get away, but Fallen Warrior flash response after the smite from Glada. They're able to get it. Lucky for them, the Baron wasn't on the map yet. It was still 5 seconds off from spawning, and Slifer going down means Tug can't get that. So like you said, the gold is basically dead even now because some shutdowns went over to the side of Tug on just the first misstep there by the side of Ronduit so far in this first game. But we have that Chemtech Soul spawning in 40 seconds if Ronduit is able to claim it. So we're going to be seeing another team fight shortly. Both top laners with TP available for this one, so they're going to be matching each other until the last possible second before they have to TP in for that team fight. As now Kill's taking a lot of damage in the mid lane as well from a nice hook there by Fallen Warrior. So now he should have to recall and TP back in before this Drake in the next 20 seconds.
Yeah, it does have the TP though, so maybe nothing too bad in that situation. Now, that fight in that mid lane though was huge. As you can see, 2 item spikes now for the Reliant Soul and the Mordekaiser, 2 ride lights as well. So you're going to be doing a lot of slowing up here. They're just going to shut this mid wave, but they're feeling a lot more confident in this fight, I think for good reason. And I think that realistically, they can actually take this fight if they position well. But we'll see as they are taking aggressive position. It could be something that Ronduit gives up. I don't think they want to give it up just quite yet. 5-man all here for the fights. Going to be a full 5v5 fight. And we'll kind of see if who's going to come out on top, as that Scraps is going to land onto Kills. Great zoning from Wall Street to make it a little bit hard to walk in this, but I don't think Ronduit want to give this up quite easily. However, I don't know if they could realistically come into this pit or not. You got Fallen Warriors and the world here, but here comes a flank from Stark. I don't know if alone Talia can really do this, but here it goes, and the Chemtech Drake is picked up from Glada. So is the 9 for now, as you got Wall Street just breathing on them from above. However, Zahen is going to be one to drop 2. That's a huge pick off there. Glada does fall. Here comes Stark flashing over with the seismic shove, but after that, you don't have to consist damage for the railing. So meanwhile, Slifer kiting it out in the river, but the combo from Yipsy is huge, and now Black Eyed Peas running down the Nautilus. Aurelion Soul is going to have to get out of there. Singularity is going to use to be slowing up Black Eyed Peas, but here comes a flank from Stark. Seismic shove not going to land. I think Walshy should be able to get out of this. Might be able to grab a kill. But you're going to have to be careful here. As Black Eyed Peas here. Oh, it does indeed pick up the kill. The burn is strong. I'm going to slow up the recall from Black Eyed Peas too. And that's probably going to be the fight there. But overall, a pretty bloody fight. Still a lot of shutdown gold on Black Eyed Peas on the Trundle, but they do avoid the Chemtech Soul and live to fight another day without Soul being given over. Great secure from Glada, but the flank from Stark actually proved to be pretty solid as no one is there to block the damage coming in from Glada on that right side. You can see the fight is just all over the map here. Great Grim Deliverance, but Dobbs does drop pretty quickly after that.
Yeah, I think a big misplay in this one is Stark had the flank angle like you did mention, but the whole time, he also had Weaver's Wall, does not elect to use it to really separate the fight to make it advantageous for the side of Ronduit. Black Eyed Peas tries to go in for the 50-50 steal. He gets the flash on the Slifer, who gets extremely low. Ipsy's able to follow it up, be able to get that kill onto the Sivir, who probably would have just started shredding the entirety of the comp. And then Stark here with an interesting play, takes a turret shot, gets away from the play, goes to kill the minion, and then just gets killed by wall shoot for it. Not really sure what the thought process was there. Got away, but wait, hold on, another fight immediately after the replay.
A kill trying to run away from it as the skies do descend, doing a good chunk of damage, just slowing in general, but not going to be the damage they're looking for. Black Eyed Peas able to run it off, and I think all members should be able to survive with their lives here. But there is a Baron up, and a team wipe here could be pretty massive, as Ronduit just playing defense now, and the gold is exactly even. Actually, no, Conduit Tug actually picks up a gold lead for the first time. Well, actually, no, it's going back and forth a bit. Essentially, even gold here is the general premise. They do have a 2 Drake advantage on the side of Ronduit, but without Soul, that's not going to mean nearly as much.
Yeah, and I mean, a big Weaver's Wall there by Stark to kind of save his team. Yes, they did use the flash on Ipsy, but more ultimates were spent by the side of Tug. Wall Street, Slifer, and Fallen Warriors all used their ultimate, but the side of Ronduit does not try to push in any further to look for any more plays. The mid lane turret doesn't fall down quite yet, so that is an advantage for the side of Ronduit, but it should be falling down within the next couple of minutes. Never mind, kills able to clear, but now Fallen Warrior could be caught here by Black Eyed Peas.
Yeah, Fallen Warrior still just weathering the storm, but he is going to be in the bounce house, and he does indeed go down. We still got about just under 2 minutes until the Drake spawns up, but Ronduit maybe looking for a Baron to help make this Chemtech Soul easier to fight later on. However, I don't think Tug's going to go with this without a fight. Wall Street on 3 items now with the Leandry's finish up. It's going to be massive, and you do have the range to poke from this, area above the Baron pits. They're going to be fighting down a person, but they're feeling confident here as, oh, here comes Glada, and he's going to pull Black Eyed Peas into the realm of death. But I don't know if Glada really wants to fight that 1v1. Does have the Bramble Smash, or Bramble Vest ready to slow some of that healing, and I think it's just going to be a reset on both sides as Chemtech Soul is coming up in a minute.
Yeah, a big thing there for Peas is he pops the ultimate immediately when he does get ulted by Glada, and then he does sidestep that first obliterate, which means he doesn't take too much damage in that realm of death, so he's able to walk away. Glada walks away as well, so nobody falls down, but a nice stall there by the side of Tug to not have that Baron go over. Wall Street was just like you said, over the back of the Baron pit, using that Q, the Dragon's Breath, I forget the exact name of it, to get some good poke damage out. And then the scariest thing right now for the side of Ronduit to deal with is being in a congested area and letting Slifer free fire. A 3-item Sivir at this point in the game will eviscerate your team because you really have no tank on your side. But now the next play that's going to be scary for the side of Ronduit and Tug alike is going to be this next Drake that spawns in 10 seconds. This could be a fight that decides the game. He's going to get hooked.
Ooh, Dredshine lands and so does the grasp. That Black Eyed Peas is going to drop instantly with 2 seconds to go with the Drake. That should be another Chemtech Drake for the side of Conduit, and they might actually even go for the Baron afterward, as the death timer is still quite long, over 30 seconds still, and I think they are starting to position forward. They know that they don't even need Wall Street and Fallen Warriors for this. Dredgeline does not connect onto kills, so going to avoid this, as you can see Ronduit is positioned for a potential fight at Baron Pit, knowing that this is a very likely outcome. And you can see, look at the mid lane difference right now too, right? Massive CS lead for Wall Street with that third item completed. And, you know, it's just kind of where, not a good spot, right? As that is the win condition for Conduit, Tug. And with the level advantage as well for the Surveillance Soul, it is going to be harder and harder to fight these fights. Here comes the TP though, and let's see if they're going to be able to get it. Weaver's Wall is going to be used more so than anything to just stop the backs from this, but I don't know if they really want to go for this fight or not. Dobbs is here for the flank, but the Death Grasp does land and does pull him into the realm of death. Glada just going to skirmish with the Zahan. Falling Star going to be used to slow down the chase a bit. Here comes Black Eyed Peas looking to try to get as many Baron buffs as possible, but the Breath of Life is going to slow some of these members. The Dreaded Return does land onto Wall Street, but Death Grasp does stop the chase for the time being. And they end up only losing Glada for that. I think overall still a decent trade for Conduit Tug, especially with another Drake not coming up for another 4 minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, P's first death, he was seconds off from that flash when he gets hooked by Fallen Warrior, leads to the Drake and the Baron going over to the side of Tug, but now Tug could look for a response play. Cypher does pop the ult. They're still looking to chase this one.
Yeah, and their health bars are all pretty chunked. You can see Wall Street just slowly breathing on them, slowing them down as much as possible. The Alistar might be taken out here, but you gotta be careful as Black Eyed Peas is just lurking in the corner, and I don't think Wall Street sees this coming. Pillar going to be used to slow it, but here comes the flash forward and the counter strike. Black Eyed Peas going to go down as well, and that's a double kill for Wall Street as they're just sitting in that singularity. More gold for the Dragon, and things are starting to spiral a little bit out of control for Ronduit. This is the situation they didn't want to face. Now they have Baron buff, gold advantage, and a pretty fed A-Soul.
Yeah, the scaling has finally come online for the side of Tug. Slifer on 3 items, Wall Street on 3 items, has that 600 gold bounty to his name, is putting out so much damage in these team fights and playing them extremely well, and did almost fall down there, but a nice play by the World to save his mid laner, gets the flash 2-man counter strike, then the 2 kills go over to Wall Street. The World, who was struggling in that top lane 1v1, has actually contributed a lot to these last couple of plays just with his spacing and those counter strike stuns onto key members, but I think this is starting to get rougher and rougher for the side of Ronduit just because they don't have a traditional AD carry, and I don't think Mel scales that well. Talia scales well, but it's very it's not the typical like scaling mage kit. It's not like the Orianna or the Syndra, or like in this game specifically the Aurelion Sol, who put out so much AoE teamfight damage. It's so much more singular target, using that ultimate for side lane picks, and I feel like Stark hasn't been using the kit to its fullest potential in this game, despite some early game plays. But now Wall Street has that 2-level advantage, is extremely fed on this Aurelion Soul, and is very difficult to take down in this game because the comp from Ronduit doesn't have a lot of very solid CC to catch this Aurelion Soul and take him down, and he's just been farming up these side lanes all the time. Has that Dragon's Descent once again, or I forget the exact name, I'm blanking on it right now. I think Dragon's Descent is Shyvana, but has the upgraded ultimate Sky's Descent. Okay, he's a dragon.
He is a dragon too, you know.
It's so someone. Wait, hold on.
Oh,
they're
here
looking
comes
for the play
Pillar
on him
and
right
the
now.
Weaver's Wall, but the Sky's Descent is going to be used, and he actually just goes out of it, doesn't want to fight Black Eyed Peas, knowing that turret's down, but now they could go for a re-engage as the World is here with the TP. Black Eyed Peas does have Guardian Angel, but it's quite behind on levels, right? Only level 15. The World, it has leveled up quite a bit. I mean, top lane, you are going to get more XP, but again, the World has the Arm Guard ready too for some additional engage. And I think what I love about their composition right now is they've been playing for a bit for Slifer, but a lot for Wall Street, right? Knowing that Wall Street, when he gets knocked up, gets his astral flight interrupted, he's kind of a sitting duck, but they just kind of follow up on the damage right away, or with the CC Glada there, with the death grabs as well as the Counter-Strike from the world. They know that their damage is not as consequential for these fights. They just need to keep their carries alive, and they've been doing a fantastic job at that. As another Drake's fight is coming here, Headbutt Pulverize is going to knock up the Nautilus, but that's a lot used on just a support, and Fallen Warrior has gotten tanky at this point. Dredge Knight is going to connect on to start, and Counter-Strike is going to land onto 2 members. Room Deliverance is going to be used, but Jobs doesn't survive long enough to make too much use of it. Death Scraps is going to land, and Black Eyed Peas trying to run away from it, but they are just running them down. Double kill for Slifer. This might just be the game as Wall Street just going to breathe on the Trundle. And here comes the Guardian Angels. Fallen Star doesn't actually land in time for the resurrection timing, but they do get the full ace. They're going to get the inhibited turret. They're going to get the inhib, and they might just get the game off of this, as they are working on it, and death timers are pretty long at this point, still to almost 20 seconds for the first member coming up, and just Ipsy, they're working on Nexus turrets, and with the damage and scaling they have, I think they are able to close it out. At one point it was 9-0, but they ended 15-17, and Conduit Tug take the first game in this Conduit Civil War.
And it's just the scaling difference at the end of the game. Ronduit had the early advantage, but didn't push it hard enough and end up losing to the scaling on the side of Conduit Tug. And I mean, if all the games are going to be like this, I think we're going to go to 5 games with how extremely close this one ended up being. It was just a couple of key team fights at the end where Wall Street really got to do the Aurelion Sol thing, just went unpunished in the game and put out the DPS. But now, luckily for the side of Ronduit, there's no more Ace Soul, there's no more Sivir, there's no more Mordekaiser for them to have to deal with. So we'll have to see what happens in game number 2. But I mean, I thought we were going to have a banger series here, and it's coming true. I think this one could go the distance once again for us, Caleb.
Yeah, beautiful draft from Conduit's Tug to start things off. And, you know, not a bad team composition, I would say, for Ronduit, but maybe just showing some of their early picks, right? Especially with the Taliyah first pick, just allowed Wall Street to just pick this Aurelion Sol, knowing that, you know what, this is not that bad of a matchup. Like, there's a lot worse matchups for Aurelion Sol. Able to just safely scale behind the turret in most situations. And you see the damage was there from Wall Street. Truly a carry performance from Wall Street, but Slifer as well too. And just kind of a great you know, ensemble from the rest of the team, just providing support for the team wherever possible. The world being really behind in that early game, but just still, you know, farmed the side lanes, did what he had to do, got the counter strikes needed. And that's game number 1, the books for Civil War of the Conduit head-to-head showdown. We're going to take a quick break before we head into game number 2. This is a best of 5, though, so still a lot of gameplay to go. Welcome back, everyone, to Divinity League. We are in the semifinals of the playoffs, and it is indeed a Conduit civil war. Ronduit Resport versus Conduit Tug, and Tug was able to take that first decisive game, but we still got at least 2 more to go, maybe even 4 more to go, as this is the best 5. I'm KP, I'm Joe with Chong. And how are you feeling after that first game?
I mean, I don't want to say it, but there's a reason why I hate Mage Bot, and just hoping not to see that again. Like Kills didn't play poorly, but the champ just did nothing, and like I think that's just like the nature of Mage Bot, where it's not like I like in this elo specifically, just pick a traditional AD carry, especially one that scales, because nobody knows how to really punish them. You get to late game. If you're spacing correctly, you will take over a team fight and you win the game for your team. While Mage Bot, you rely so much more on your team getting you that setup so you can use your abilities correctly. And if your team can't do that, and I kind of think that's also the compositionally was a flaw for the side of Ronduit. They can't really set up well for their mages. It just kind of does nothing in the game. And I mean, I think Peas and Dobbs tried their best in that game, but I think the scaling for the side of Tug, like we saw, was just superior. It was more traditional, and it was kind of the reason that they ended up winning the game.
Yeah, definitely. And they played around their win cons really well, despite being down, I believe, 0-9 in the early game. They didn't have Drakes either, but Ronduit wasn't able to capitalize as much. And I think outside of Black Eyed Peas, a lot of their, the rest of the team kind of just gave over too many shutdowns. I think the turning point was really the fight by the mid lane turret, right? In that first one where they grabbed the turret, the Weaver's Wall comes through to cut it off, but got a bunch of shutdowns after that. Wall Street kind of went insane afterward in getting the goal needed to carry the rest of the game. But this is Fearless, so you won't see the Railing Soul in another game, and nor any of the other 9 picks as we are getting ready to head into the draft for game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see what's changed here for the side of Ronduit. Big thing is, I think Wall Street, one of his best champions is the Asol. I think like his 3rd or 4th best champion is actually Talia. I think he is a very good Talia player. So those both being gone is pretty big for the side of Ronduit, that they won't have to face up against them if they do go the distance in the series. But I still think there are a lot of extremely strong picks on the table. You still have the Ashe Seraphine bottom lane. You still have Wukong, Jarvan, Xin Zhao, who are still extremely strong in the jungle. Nocturne and Vi, I think, are like the 4th and 5th best junglers right now. Shyvana still available if you want to go that route. I think there are still so many strong power picks available that like drafts are still going to be very interesting to see how they build off their first couple of picks. I'm not sure if Ronduit has elected to stay on the blue, if they're going for that counter pick. We'll find out when we get into the draft, but definitely going to be a fun one to see how the drafts are built in this game number 2 after game 1 didn't go the way of Ronduit. I think Conduit Tug kind of just going to look for the same thing, look for the scaling options. Maybe we'll be getting like a Sivir bot lane with like a Victor mid. Who knows what the side of Tug is going to switch up after getting that first win.
Definitely. And I think the bright spot for Ronduit was on that top side with Dobbs and Black Eyed Peas, just snowballing a lot of their advantages in that early game. Unfortunately, just was not enough and probably didn't have enough consistent damage outside of it, right? They didn't really have much burst damage. Like the Mel was there, but there wasn't the composition from Tug was just a little bit too tanky. Everyone still also want the tankier mages, especially with the items that you kind of build. And especially with kills being a little behind by the later game, you just really couldn't find the picks you needed. And then with Dobson, Black Eyed Peas, you're just whacking people and stuff, but you can't instantly burst down something like Aurelion Soul. And, and because that, the damage just wasn't really there for the composition. I mean, I remember one of those finals fights, they were spending a lot just on the Nautilus, and even Fallen Warrior was able to get out of that fight pretty much scot-free. So we'll kind of see if they are able to respond with a stronger draft for game number 2.
Yeah, and I think that's just like, despite Keys and Dobbs being so strong, I think it was just another flaw in the Ronduit draft that we kind of touched on was just like their lack of just strong CC. It's much more like pick oriented CC besides like all of Alistair's kit. It's like not really like great multi-target CC like the side of Tug had. As we're getting into draft here for game number 2, Ronduit going to be staying on the blue side, want that power of the first pick. Tug going to have that counter pick available once again. I think bans are going to just stay the same. I don't really think anything's going to change up unless Ronduit wants to try to get one of those champions that was banned away as their first pick. But Jarvan and Syndra immediately going to be hitting the ban tables here on both sides respectively. So we'll see what ends up being banned here and what the first pick ends up being. Like I said, like you still have Senna, you still have Ashe, you still have Jinx available. Yunar is still strong. Zeri is like really, really strong right now, but nobody really plays her anymore. So we'll have to see what Ronduit decides to first pick here.
Yeah, I mean, could be a potential Zeri Yumi lane down the road, which people might not be a huge fan of. I think the Aurora ban is different, right? I can't remember what was the ban the first time around.
It was I don't remember.
Well, the route is the same. Yeah, it's okay.
I was trying to remember, but maybe couldn't get it.
These picks, and then that'll jog our memory a bit, unless someone in chat remembers. But okay, we get the Seraphine pickup early on. So could pick up an Ashe to deny the Seraphine Ashe lane for the side of Tug if they want to go for that. I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea. They still have 2 picks to work with. They're going to pick up the Hui, though, to give to Wall Street in all likelihood. And we'll see. Do they go with the Ashe pickup? I wouldn't hate it here. It is a very strong ADC still. But it's not unbeatable. It's just kind of annoying to play into. Oh, no, they go with the Volibear instead. Okay. Could be on the top side. Likely going to be in the jungle instead. Decent pick for the jungle right now too, and going to give some good front like wait. Okay, they're going for the Thresh, so this is another APC pick for kills. Chong already bearing his head in his face in his hands, headphones off. So we're just gonna do it, you know. But hey, they're going to say they're doubling down Ronduit here on this one, and it is indeed another APC matchup. We get a Targ pickup, though, for the side of Tug. And I don't know if you have the damage to take out this composition already. So we're going to see. Warwick not super damage heavy either. But we go into the second phase of bans. I do like the Gwen ban. It makes it a little bit harder to take out some of these tanks. You know, I don't know if you saw Trump, but I think that's a Seraphine bot. Yeah, you know, so just keeping you up in case you might have missed it. But
yeah,
it could be Seraphine mid. It is not out of the realm possibility. You know, could be something for Stark to play around with. We've seen some Seraphine mid over the years, more commonly in the support position or bot these days. But all right, so we're gonna ban some of the top side picks. Mundo, Gwen. Ooh, we get the Ornn pickup. Oh, this is very, very tanky, and this is where running mages can cause you some problems, so you don't have that consistent damage. But yeah, I mean, this could set up a potential Vayne game, but I don't know if that's going to be particularly great. Oh, it's Aatrox instead, which not bad into all these frontline heavy champs.
I mean, Tug's draft is great. Like, I mean, Tarek, I'm a bit. Oh, thank God. Okay.
There's still hope. God. There's still hope. It is going to be a Jinx as the final pickup here, so that is going to be a Seraphine in the mid lane. I mean, I guess maybe they had that in mind or could have flexed it, but that's a Riven. And how do you stop a Riven from running at your Seraphine? I don't know.
We still have Mage Bot.
Wait, that's a way in the bot. I didn't even realize that. So, yeah, okay. Well,
never mind. Tug's draft is horrible.
What do you think of the draft?
Ronduit's draft, it's great. I mean, you got Jinx, Thresh, really good bot lane duo. I'm gonna say I'm a little shocked Ipsy did pick the Thresh. We have talked in the past about like how bad this champion is, but I think he's noticed, as I have noticed myself, that the Thresh recently has been very strong and getting a lot better. He's like silently been rising up as a lot of supports have been nerfed. The Warwick Seraphine combo is actually insanely powerful. It's not like the power level of like Xin Zhao Seraphine, but like your Warwick's already going to be healing a lot. Healing him even more with that Seraphine kit is going to be so good, especially an Aatrox as well. I'm a big fan of this Ronduit draft. It's another similar one where like their CC isn't like 100% the best. It's really on Ipsy landing these hooks. The ult coming out from Black Eyed Peas or start getting a huge ultimate and beat drop. But then we got the Tug draft. So Taric, really good champion. I love Taric. I think Taric's a great counter pick support. A really strong kit in like a lot of situations. Glada's on his Volibear, one of his best champions in the world. On a tank, Wall Street on his Riven. Those 4 champions I think are really good in the draft. And then we have a 5th champion that was picked that I think I've already shown my distaste for. And just the hatred of mage bot lanes, but we got one in this game. But like pairing it with Taric is not it. Like Taric wants an AD carry who wants to fight a lot because his kit is so good at these long extended trades. Like mage bots are in theory good at long trades, but they go through so much mana that like Taric really can have that much power in this lane. So he's going to have to look for roam plays, which Taric doesn't really want to do. Taric wants to hit 6 as soon as possible, have access to that Cosmic Radiance. So we'll have to see how Fallen Warrior plays around having a mage bot when you pick Taric as the pairing for it. I'm not a big fan of this bot lane out of Tug as a duo, but isolated, Taric is phenomenal.
Yeah, there's a ton of healing on both sides here, right? I mean, I don't know how you kill Dobbs. There's just so much melee, so much frontline for Tug, for Dobbs to just heal off of. I mean, and then you got the Warwick, you got the Seraphine, like they just triple down on the healing. And meanwhile, you got kills on the back end just shooting you with rockets, right? And a reset there, and that game's just kind of over, I feel like. But we'll see kind of how Tug plays around it, you know? So not surprisingly, Chong with the 180 there, but I think for good reason too. Because I don't think Huebot was necessary. Especially, well, I think the crazy part is they saw the Aatrox, right? And they decided to go with the Riven. And if they don't just insta-kill the Aatrox, which is usually not the case for Aatrox, aren't they just screwed? I don't know. I'm very curious to see how this one plays out. But this looks pretty hard for Tug. I mean, even with the Cosmic Radiance on Taric, like, even if you don't die, like, they're not dying either, right? With the Omnivamp and the Lifesteal and the heal cuts, or the healing from the Seraphine, like, this looks kind of tough for Tug. I like how their draft looked early on, but those final picks, I don't know. I don't know. So we'll kind of see how this one goes. But I think the draft from Ronduit looks actually quite good, and unless they really snowball in this early game, but again, they're not that strong early game champions for Tug. It's looking like so it might be a quick one-to-one series. So we'll kind of see how it goes.
As a mage bot hater, I am hoping Ronduit gets the win in this one. I was real worried they were playing Seraphine Thresh bot lane, but no, they last pick the Jinx for their draft. I think, you know, like I said, scaling 80 carries are the game, and I think Tug forgot about that after game number 1. They have the much more early game oriented composition. Like, yes, you get the ornaments, but still, you gotta try to win this as early as possible before the Jinx really comes online. And Jinx has so much safety in this game, thanks to having a Thresh and a Seraphine as well. So we'll see how this one goes. Wall Street going with the Ignite in the mid lane, gonna be looking for those solo kills. Both top laners with TP. Ipsy with the Exhaust, which is gonna be very big for when Wall Street tries to get in the back line. Fallen Warrior has gone for the Glacial Augment in this game, where I feel like it's another interesting one to go for. Like, Glacial is one of the best runes on Taric. He's really one of the only supports who goes it anymore. But I also think Guardian is just so much better in this game once again. So we'll have to see how these two drafts really play against each other. As Stark is going to hit an early level 2 here. Wall Street doing a pretty good job at CS so far and not taking a lot of poke for it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's kind of hard to kill Riven too, but you can at least poke her out, but avoiding a lot of that damage. Meanwhile, the World taking on this matchup has that level advantage over Dobbs, and Dobbs going to have to have this wave kind of crash in a bit. Meanwhile, your favorite matchup here, Mage Bots, but they're not going to stun up kills. The kills are actually going to be hit with a Crushing Maul and going to take a good chunk of damage actually in response.
Yeah, I mean, this is where the issue for Jinx can be in the early levels, where she is lower range. When you start getting levels in those switcheroo, getting the extended range on the Fishbones really makes it easy to clear away these waves, as Slifer doing his best at landing these abilities in the sequences of 3 to get that poke damage, as the hook not going to land out, but the zap does. So evenly traded back a little bit in the HP department, as Dobbs just takes a little bit of damage there in the top lane. The world didn't go for the Ornn tech that I'm a big fan of, where you just start with a refill potion, walk to lane, get your gold, and then build your starting item. That way you don't have to spend the money on HP potions anymore for the laning phase. So we'll see if that ends up being impactful, but I think overall it's really not going to matter in this one, as the big issue with playing against Riven in the mid lane is she is a resourceless champion. She does not spend mana. She does not even spend HP for her abilities, while Stark has to be spending all his mana to clear away these waves in the early levels until he does get that lost chapter.
Yeah, there's actually a CS lead for Wall Street now too, melee into range. Not a typical thing you see, but Riven being one of the better ones. Chompers are going to be late. Dazzle not going to stun up anyone, but Glada is here for the response. Exhaust going to be used on the Quay and the Thresh in response. Ipsy going to dodge away from it, flash away even, but Dazzle is going to land on the kills, as Thresh is going to be the first to fall. Black Eyed Peas has a lot of sustain for this fight, and not much mana left on Slifer and Fallen Warriors. Let's see if they're going to do anything else here, or Glad just going to help push this wave in a bit. But respawn timers are pretty short, so Thresh will be able to get back in the lane pretty quickly. I think Black Eyed Peas just there for some additional support, as the World and Dobbs going to skirmish a bit. But this is the tough part with Aatrox. The World going to flash out, and Infernal Chains is going to land one more auto will do it. Dobbs picks up the solo kill on that top side.
Yeah, really good gank timer by Glada. Wait, hold on. Glada has to flash away, but Peas is still here, gonna get the kill.
And Jinx is excited. Flash used from Fallen Warrior, but Slifer is almost out of mana. Black Eyed Peas is hunting down this Taric, and actually doesn't grab it up. Great Crushing Maul to slow down the chase from the bot lane of Ronduit, but Ronduit looking pretty strong this early game despite losing the first blood.
Yeah, it was just a really good gank timer by Glada to get in there before Peas could. Ipsy flashes away, tries to lantern in Black Eyed Peas, but he gets a little bit too far away trying to use that bonus movement speed to low HP targets. It doesn't click the lantern before Ipsy dies. Maybe if he gets in there earlier, the play looks a little bit different, but regardless of that, they're able to punish Glada for overextending. He ends up falling down. The kills, luckily, goes over 2 kills. Oh, wait, hold on. Stark ignited in the mid lane is just going to tick down, and it's a solo bolo in the mid lane for Wall Street on the Riven. Flash Ignite used pre-level 6 as well, but also in the top lane, Dobbs was able to get the solo kill onto the World, which is very important for this game. If your Aatrox gets fed enough, can really take over this game with the rest of the composition. So, wait, hold on. Bot lane action still everywhere.
Slifer going to be hit with the zap, and one more rocket will do, as Kills picks up that kill for himself. Dobbs hitting level 6 before the World means that this is not going to be a fun time for the Ornn. Infernal Chains does not land in the World, just trying to do some damage as possible, but not landing anything either. And Dobbs really enjoying this head-to-head matchup. But you also got Warwick in the vicinity, and the World just going to try to play as safely as possible, but can't really even touch the minion wave, and still sitting on that level 5.
Yeah, and I mean, this game is already chaotic. We're 5 kills pre-6 minutes, a solo kill in top lane, in mid lane, 2 ganks in the bot lane, and a repeat. I mean, the 2v2 kill on the Slifer who overstays. I mean, I'm excited for this game if we're going to continue like this. Even if there is a mage bot, he's losing. I'm happy. Maybe if Tug loses this game, both teams will realize, hey, let's not pick mage bot anymore. And then I'll be a real happy camper.
All right, Infernal Chase is going to land, but before he even pulls the World in, Dobbs is going to pick up another solo kill on that top side. This Aatrox pick really paying off, not only in the early game, but it is going to be really strong in the mid to late game as well. So we'll see if Tug is going to have a response or not for this Aatrox, but being behind early is not going to be great, as the Encore is going to land onto Wall Street, and Wall Street should die right here. Black Eyed Peas is going to be the one to pick up that kill. and everything going to the way of Ronduit. I mean, their only really losing lane is this mid lane, and it's not that bad. You know, Stark's going to have a lot of value in the game still, even if he is behind, especially in these team fights. And everything else looking fantastic. I mean, you got a 2-0-0 Jinx already to start things off for the bot lane. Ronduit is absolutely massive.
Yeah, and I mean, Dobbs is also massively ahead, getting 2 solo kills up in the top lane as well over the Ornn. And Peas gets a nice gank onto Wall Street in the mid lane, start getting that ultimate to pull him in longer. Very well played. Yes, they did lose the first Drake to Glada on the Volibear, but I mean, overall, Ronduit already with a almost 1,000 gold lead in the early game. They're up kills again in the early game, but the difference is this time they have the late game scaling. They have the scaling AD carry. They have enough peel for it as well. So we'll have to see what Tug does in these team fights when we get to them to get kills on this Jinx, get him separated from his team where they're not able to effectively peel for him. We'll have to see how it looks, but right now Fallen Warrior is on the map looking for plays, but once again he's not level 6 yet.
Yeah, it's looking pretty tough for Conduit Tug. You know, I think the difference between last game and this game is that yes, they had a losing early game last game, but they had the, you know, late scaling in their advantage, and we knew there was a comeback potential. But this is starting to slowly fall out of their grasp already, and even just under 10 minutes, right? Things are just not looking good. You have the Bramble Vest on the Ornn, but like that doesn't really even stop a lot of the healing from the Aatrox, especially because he's healing a lot off his Q. And Doubt's going to rotate over here. Going to try to contest his grubs. They get all 3 grubs though, scot-free, which is kind of nice. And Glada going for the chase. I don't know if they can kill this Aatrox, but they're going to try, as the Dazzle is going to stun him up. The World Ender is available, and Dobbs not even going to pop it, as he's just going to hug his turret and knows that he should be able to get out. No problem.
All right, so the grubs does go over to the side of Tug. That will only matter if Wall Street has free time in a side lane, because overall, wait, hold on, Slifer's just dead down here in the bot lane.
Oh, Slifer, wait, hold on, somehow gets away from him, but no, the Super Mega Death Rocket going to clean that up. That's a 3-0 Jinx right there, and this might be a quick game number 2, unless Tug can really find something. Speaking of finding something, Black Eyed Peas has found Wall Street, flashes forward, fierce Wall Street, another kill over to the side of Ronduit. Everything going in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, Peas once again taking over the early game. Jungle camps be damned. He's making plays happen everywhere. Has the passive when people are below half HP. Sprints in for Wall Street. Activates the E, so he's going to have the fear once he gets in. Flashes in. Fear on. Turret shot be damned. Doesn't matter. He does get stunned up, but he's outside turret range. Wall Street Q1, Q2. Goes for the Q3 over the fat wall. Fails it. Dies. Stark. Pop it ultimate to cheer on Black Eyed Peas for getting that kill.
Yeah, and a pretty good encore as well, just in case Wall Street was able to get over the wall. Still would have got the kill, but yeah, again, things are looking a little rough for Tug, and honestly, I think even if they had an ADC, this game still might be pretty tough, just given the composition disadvantage I think that they have overall, but they don't even really have that, so we'll kind of see how they were able to come back into this, as Wall Street, the only member that's probably in the lead in any sort of way, but that gap is starting to close quite a bit overall, as yeah, even the Seraphine closing in on that Blackfire Torch.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, maybe if Conduit Tug does... oh, wait, no, Stark in trouble.
Instant flash out from Stark, but still going to get stunned up. Wall Street already low on health, though. Black Eyed Peas is just instantly there for the response. Even Super Mega Death Rocket going to pick up an assist for the Jinx. And 30 seconds till the second Drake. This looks like it's going to be firmly in the grasp of Ronduit. Ronduit looking for even more at this turret. And this is kind of how the location of where the first game really turned its way around in favor of Tug, but I don't think history's just going to repeat itself in the second game.
I mean, they're looking for another play in the mid lane. Kills could have chosen to get some plays down in the bot lane, but they're looking for it in the mid lane. flash away from Fallen Warrior from the 4-man unit of Ronduit, but now they're going to have the priority for Dragon when it does spawn, so they're going to just start this one up right away. Wall Street and Glada are on the map, and they're looking to make the play on the Drake, so we'll see if a fight does come out. Fallen Warrior does have that Cosmic Radiant, but TP was used by the World to go top lane.
Yeah, so that means that they could have a numbers disadvantage, but I don't even know if they need that advantage here. Encore is just going to land onto the target for now, and the Cosmic Radiance going to keep them alive, but here comes the aggressive chase, and they're not going to be able to get into the Dragon's hit at all. Second Drake does go in favor of Ronduit yet again. The thing about chasing it down, but I think with the health bars on Tug looking still pretty healthy, might not be worth giving away those shutdowns. Speaking of shutdowns, 4 shutdowns already on the members of Ronduit, and they don't look like they're trying to slow down anytime soon. World getting a little alone time on this top turret, but doesn't really get too much place out of it either.
Yeah, and I mean, Peas is going for the full carry build in this game on the Warwick. He's got the Kraken Slayer already in this one. He doesn't want Blade of the Rune King. He wants to just be auto-attacking you because he goes, my Q is going to heal me enough. My Seraphine's going to heal me enough. I do not care. Blackfire Torch already picked up for Stark. Kills with the Hex Optics. Sundered Sky for Dobbs as well. Not even only Slifer on a first item down in that bot lane for the side of Tug. It is just big advantages. I say that the world cheats, builds a Frozen Heart in lane, but overall, on the side of Ronduit, just with a lot of momentum so far in this game. They aren't extending the gold lead, which is what another thing we saw in game number 1. So we'll have to see how they clean up the late game for themselves. But once again, they feel like they are the ones in control of this game early. So we'll have to see how it ends up playing out. The Terrigal in late game team fights can be impactful. And if they're able to get on kills when he has no flash, no barrier, and Ipsy isn't around him, could be a swinging part of a team fight. But I think with the way Ronduit's been playing, kind of feels like that situation just might not happen.
Yeah, and weirdly enough, I think Fallen Warrior is also building a Frozen Heart, which is a little bit curious given that the world has already gone for that. But speaking of the world, he is in another fight with Dobbs, and this looks like it's Dobbs' fight to win. Call the Portrait going to be used, and part 2 is going to knock up Dobbs. That's enough to actually push Dobbs away, which is kind of nice for the world. So continues to be able to fight in lane. Teleport is not up yet, though, so he's going to just try to maybe heal up a little bit and go back for the engage. Speaking of fights, Black Eyed Peas going for Wall Street yet again. Not going to let Wall Street carry back-to-back games. Now 1-4-0 on this mid lane Riven.
Yeah, the R5 mid lane Riven is not strong enough to deal with the Seraphine Warwick combination. P is looking for the other gank on Glada now.
Glada going to have to run for this, but Black Eyed Peas not going to let that happen. And the flash auto will do it. Black Eyed Peas also surviving with his life, which is pretty big because he does have a pretty decent shutdown there. Endless Hunger now completed on for the Riven, but even with some sustain, I don't know if Riven can stay alive in a lot of these fights long enough to get it to happen. But we'll see as we have the upgraded Gluttonous Boots as well for the Riven. So it's going to be a lot of sustain in these fights. Going to have to need it as well, too, right? With the Aatrox and Warwick front line for the side of Ronduit.
Yeah, I can't remember if they were nerfed this patch or being nerfed on the next coming patch, the Gluttonous Greaves and Immortal Path. So, I mean, they're still really good for like champions like Riven, but Glada has also built them. I'm not sure how strong they are in Volibear. I think just having Merc Treads this game would have been impactful. Just having that tenacity increase for all the CC that comes out from the side of Ronduit could be pretty strong. But, I mean, overall, yes, Conduit has 2 kills in the, or Tug has 2 kills in this early game, but kind of feels similar to the early game that they were facing down in game number 1. Ronduit is slowly increasing their gold lead up to 3k now instead of just 2k. Wall Street in bot lane.
Ooh, Wall Street able to stun up kills, and here comes the Cosmic Radiance to keep them alive. That's a big shutdown. Does go over to Slifer on the way. Hui definitely going to need some of this gold to stay even with the Jinx, as he's also behind a CS. Meanwhile, we're getting a Rift Herald on this top side. Glada and the world is here for the fight. Call of Force God is available to start up this fight if they want to go for it. But Stark is faster on the rotation from the mid side, and I don't think Walshy is going to try to go for the help. They're just content on just letting that go, knowing that a team wipe there would not be great for their current run. They do have 3 grubs though, so it's gonna be a little bit harder to still push some of these turrets for Ronduit. They do have that Rip Heralds. Meanwhile, Wall Street again, deja vu. Encore going to land. Black Eyed Peas here yet again for the Riven, and Stark is now on a killing spree thanks to the help of his jungler. Black Eyed Peas all over the map. 4-0 and 5, 9 out of 12 kill participation, and this carry Warwick is definitely carrying.
All right, so oh wait, hold on. Fallen Warrior has to flash away from kills, Peas, and Ipsy, but we saw in the bot lane kind of the exact play I was talking about. Wall Street finds the angle onto kills when Ipsy's too far away. Ipsy can't exhaust him, can't really help his AD carry. Kills, uses flash, uses barrier, and still falls down. So it is a big shutdown over to Slifer, but really in the grand scheme of it, might not mean all that much. The next Drake, Dragon number 2, goes over to the side of Ronduit, and it's going to be a Cloud Soul this game. The composition of Ronduit, if they get Cloud Soul, is kind of insanity. With the Warwick, the Seraphine, and the Aatrox as well, can really just take over a team fight with all that additional movement speed. But, I mean, they got the Rift Herald as well. They could look to take first turret on the side of Ronduit. And it just feels like so far Tug has really only found like that one play in the bot lane. They found the early Drake, but it's starting to look difficult. Like what does this Ribbon really do now, sitting at 1 and 5? Slifer might just be punished here in the mid lane.
That's how it's going to stun up the threat, but Death Sentence had already come through, and now Kills is excited. Fallen Warrior just going to have to run for it, try to survive. Super Mega Death Rocket not available to clean up that kill. I mean, you're talking about Cloud Soul, but Cloud Soul on Jinx would also be not a fun time, especially if Jinx is excited, but just in general, just allows her to kite so easily. And, oh, the Death Sentence does indeed connect, and Fallen Warriors does end up falling. That's so much gold in the pockets of Kills. First turret, 2 kills, 5-1-1 on this Jinx in the early game. They're looking for more on this bot side.
So Avenue's back into the game for Conduit Tug. Good luck killing Peas if Stark is ever near him. You just have to look for constant play. Wall Street might just die to Stark in the solo. Wait, no, Peas is here again.
Oh man, and the Rip Hero crashes into the tier 2 bot lane turret. Glada is in the vicinity though, trying to lock up Stark. It does end up doing it, but Stark might be able to get out of this, as here comes Stormbringer. Encore going to be completely dodged. That's going to be a shutdown going to Glada on the Volibear. That's massive. Now Black Eyed Peas is next. Might try to go and try to get Wall Street, but no, and a shutdown going over to Wall Street is huge. Holy, that's 2 big shutdowns. And they force a flash out from Ipsy too. I mean, you still got to worry about the Jinx and the Aatrox, but that's one start to get back into this game.
Yeah, and I mean, it was just well played by Glada. Found the angle onto Stark, flashes past the ultimate, and is able to get the kill onto him, which means Peas' value dropped. So luckily for Wall Street, you can see Peas kind of lose the movement speed for a second there, so not able to get on Wall Street. But Stark just stays in too close proximity to the Glada, gets stunned up. Slifer gets the poke in. He flashes away from the Stormbringer, but Glada has a flash of his own to dodge the Encore, which is really well played. And then Peas, he can only run so fast. He has to try to turn this one around, but he's just not able to. Wall Street able to pick up that shutdown, and just a little bit of a misplay there by Stark ends up getting him and Black Eyed Peas punished. Shutdowns handed over. So, like you said, a good avenue back to the game for the side of Conduit Tug. Now only going to be down 2,000 gold. But wait, Peas is respawned and he's looking for more.
Infernal Chains do connect, and the world should be dropping right here in this top lane. Trying to buy a little bit of time for the rest of the team to show up, but not going to be able to do it. Glada and Fallen Warrior now here with the response to hold on to this wave. Baron is up. I don't know if they're going to go for it just quite yet. I mean, theoretically they could, especially with the Jinx in the mid lane. And it looks like, yeah, they're just going to go for it. I mean, they have to sustain for it, but this could prime Glada for a potential steal. Let's see if he's going to go for it or not, as Stormbringer is coming up back online off a cooldown, so could look for the engage, but I think they might just give this one up. Fallen Warrior is going to spot this one out. The health bar on this Baron is going down a little bit slowly. I think Glada might try to go for it. Here comes the Stormbringer. Oh, sealed it! bases. Here comes the Cosmic Radiance to keep him alive a little bit longer. Thompson trying to kick Slifer, but Kill's doing all the damage needed in the other side of the fights. Glada does indeed drop. Fallen Warrior just trying to run for it. Here comes a flash forward from the Warwick, but the Call of the Forge God does knock him up, and they only lose Glada for it. What a hero play from Glada to keep this in them in this game.
I know. I mean, Conduit and Baron steals are like pages in a book. They are inevitable. We're getting a replay of this right now. So the Baron doesn't go down as quickly as you would expect just because Kills is not on it at the start of it. It is just Peas, and like now Kills comes over when it's about 7k, but Fallen Warrior barely gets vision of it for Glada. Glada just waits for it to get low enough. Fallen Warrior keeping the vision. Ult in from Glada. It's at 14. It's at 14 exactly as he ults in and gets the smite down. Insane.
Yeah. What a huge play from Glada. I mean, this is still an uphill battle for Tug, but denying the Baron there and getting some gold out of it is still quite nice. So allow these waves to not push in nearly as much as Cloud Drake is spawning up. They don't really want to give up Cloud Soul Point just quite yet, as it looks like they are going to try to go for the contest. All 5 members here are their death dances completed for Walshy, which is pretty massive. I mean, that shutdown earlier definitely helped catch Walshy back up into this game. You know, even levels to the Seraphine too. I think this is still a fight that Ronduit can still potentially lose. That Death Sentence does land onto the Ornn. Beat Drop going to stun him up as well, and the Ornn actually taking a good chunk of damage. He does have teleport available, so he could base and teleport back with a pretty massive shield, and I think that's exactly what he's going to do. Let's see if Ronduit is going to pull the trigger on this, knowing that that might be a possibility, but I don't think they see the Ornn recall, so they don't want to full send it just quite yet. Now comes the TB. I think now they know the Ornn is coming back with a full HP bar, with a big shield. And this might be the fight that they're now looking for, as Black Eyed Peas are just going to push this mid wave a bit. But neither team willing to just start the Drake just quite yet. But now Tug going to be the first one to start working on it. Let's see if Glada can get another great smite onto this. Black Eyed Peas is now in the pits with them. Ornhorn does land. Ipsy going to be the only one to roll up, and it's stolen. Black Eyed Peas falls shortly after. Wall Street is going to drop, but the Cosmic Radiance keeps the Ball Bear alive for just a little bit longer. But there's no stopping this Aatrox. He's healing all of everybody. And Slifer trying to run away from it, trying to do all the damage needed, but they don't have the damage in their components. And yes, they get the Drake. They also get 3 members there as Ronduit continue to grow their lead over Conduit Tug.
I think even if the dragon did... Oh, wait. Stark just dies. Okay. World picking up that one on the backside. Once again, Stark just being a little bit too greedy with his HP bar, gets punished for it. But I think even if the dragon doesn't go over to the side of Ronduit, that is still a winning play, because they stalled out the Baron that Tug was able to steal away from them. They were dancing in that river for most of that Baron buff duration. And even if Ronduit eventually was just like, hey guys, it's only the second dragon for the side of Tug, we can just give it up because they don't have Baron anymore. We can just siege mid lane, potentially just crack the mid lane inner and the inhibitor turret because of Jinx getting excited. Would have just been a really good play as well, but they're still able to get the dragon for themselves thanks to Peas sacrificing his life to get that steal. They're able to win the team fight. Dobbs gets 3 kills, going absolutely dummy, healing up the entire time on the backside. And now Ronduit back in the driver's seat of this game. They only have a 3k gold lead. We really haven't seen them grow their lead over that in most of the games, in both the games so far. But once again, momentum is on their side.
Yeah, and this Aatrox is a problem, you know? I mean, I know they have the Bramble Vest on the Ornn, but that's just not enough heal cut, I think, for this composition, especially if neither of them are targeting the Ornn in these fights. And so I think we might see Oblivion or maybe from Slifer to, you know, spread some of that heal cut around in these fights. But that's the problem with Aatrox. Right? Dobbs is 6-0-1 on this Aatrox, and he hasn't looked like he's been able to be killed in any fight, not even close.
I mean, yeah, and it's just because, I'm gonna say it again, because there's a mage bot in this game to not do consistent DP damage to the AD Bruiser. Imagine that. Wow, Chong's right. Anyway, but it's also because they're using all their CC on the side of Tug to stop Peas from like trying to take over a fight or trying to get kills, stun him up, and be able to kill him. So that means one of the other members on the side of Ronduit just gets all the free time they want in a team fight without being stopped, and whether it's Dobbs, it's Peas, it's kills, they have the potential to take over the fight. Wall Street has a potential flank angle here onto kills and Ipsy, but once they clear the wave, they just back away and elect to play it safe. But now kills and Ipsy, once again, not connected. We'll see what happens. Wall Street might be the one caught now. Not going to get the stun onto Ipsy and get away.
Yeah, going to have to get out there with Black Eyed Peas in the vicinity. Black Eyed Peas with a lot of damage items down too. Board completed up as well for the Warwick. Will help him shred through some of the health bars of this Ornn, of the Ball Bear, and well, honestly, even the Targ too. But going again for that carry potential with the Warwick. I think overall though, it's been a pretty tough game for Tug, and they're keeping this close as Baron is going to spawn yet again. The gold differential is not as big as it may seem, especially with these ornaments coming through, but I think the more problem is their composition disadvantage. It's not really the gold lead that Ronduit have. It's just more so how do you take out their team. Black Eyed Peas going to start working on this Baron already solo. And there is no vision of this yet. I don't know if they're going to spot it out or not, as they see many other members here. And Glad just kind of walks by it. Going to be using Stark as baits. But Black Eyed Peas pulls off the Baron and uses the Infinite Duress. But here comes the Stormbringer. Not going to be enough as Black Eyed Peas going to take him out. Oh, and just the Lanterns back over to the Baron. This should be Baron for Ronduit with no way of securing it on the side of Tug.
Yeah, especially with them getting Glad out of the picture. He cannot smite steal it away again. And wait, nice buffer there by the World on the hook coming out from Ipsy. But now you can see there is a look for Tug. They were looking to maybe contest, but decide to fall off it. Baron number 2 gonna fall this time to the side of Ronduit. And now with Baron, they can really start doing some damage to structures in this game. They have a Jinx. If they wanted to, they could just group up as 5, look for a team fight in mid lane, let Jinx get excited, and just win the game off of that. But it is, once again, we are in the E4 cap division, and there is a dragon spawning in 5 seconds.
And with the Baron buff minions pushing out these waves, this should be getting great position for Ronduit. I think Conduit Tug looking for a fight on the spot side. They want to take out some members before it starts. Conduit Baron does land onto Stark, and Stark's going to be the first one blown up in this fight. A lot of resources were used, though. Particularly just Aspire and Despair, I guess. But and the health bars on the side of Tug is not too bad. They might just end up giving up this Drake. Let's see if they want to go for this fight or not. Down a member. They do have the snipe potential and the steal potential with Super Mega Death Rocket. Black Eyed Peas doesn't want to give this up so easily. Daxo does land. Cosmic Radiance, it is going to be used. Called for shot. Nice of Black Eyed Peas, and Black Eyed Peas still decently healthy. Here comes the chase. It's going to take a lot of damage from not taking enough. Healing up as much as possible. He is ignited. He does finally go down. And it's going to be Slifer that picks up that shutdown. Absolutely massive for the Hui. Everything falling apart now for Ronduit. It's just Jinx left alive. Kills might have a lot of health, but can he outrun Wall Street on the Riven? Wall Street trying to close the gap. If they can get an absolute ace here, that's huge for them, but no. Deciding to just push the bottom turret instead. And that's all their Baron buffs gone outside the Jinx on top of the Drake and the shutdowns. And look at the gold differential. It's only 600 gold difference, but you got an Ornn with upgraded items too. So essentially that gold lead is gone.
Yeah, Stark gets punished once again, putting Ronduit in a difficult situation, and it causes them to lose another team fight. They tried to go for the steal, but Fallen Warrior by himself zones out 3 members of Ronduit, don't give him an avenue into the dragon area to steal it away. Peas couldn't get the ult angle to get in there because of Fallen Warrior. And then a nice follow-up team fight by the side of Tug. They get 3 more members, getting 4 in total in that fight, only leaving kills alive. No more shutdowns in this game. Gold dead even, and once again the team that gets Baron ends up losing a team fight and losing the dragon. I mean, I don't know. This is a crazy game so far, and it still can just go either way despite Ronduit being up 10 kills.
All right, and looking to pick off Black Eyed Peas, but not going to be able to do it that easily. Look at the heal cut now. Executioners on the Volibear, Oblivion Orb on the Hui approaching a Rabadon's on top of it. I mean, a lot of these AP items are cheaper than ADC items, so that's part of it. But that big shutdown that went to the side of Slifer was huge in getting him accelerated. And now they truly might have the damage and heal cut necessary to take these fights. Once Dobbs bled once in this fight, he can bleed again. And that has definitely given hope for Conduit Tug for the remainder of this game.
So we have Baron spawning and Drake spawning at about the same time in 2 minutes 30 seconds time. We'll see what teams choose to prioritize for this one. But I think overall in this game, we're going to just stall out for a little bit until those objectives come up, because those are going to be the deciding factors in this team fight. Nobody on either side wants to be caught out right now and be the reason that they cost their team the game. We're seeing some 3 items come through. The Chempug Chain Sword completed by Glada. You have the Death Stance, Sundered Sky, the Endless Hunger, Hex Drinker for Wall Street. 3 items up there on the world. The Frozen Heart upgraded. Jack Shows and Randuin's Omen. Dobbs with 3 items. 3 items on Peace as well. Kill's getting a 4th item now. Oh, wait, hold on.
Oh, Wall Street caught in a tough position, but this is Riven. Riven should be able to hang out for a little bit, but no help is available, and Riven's going to be taken out in this bot side. I'm between Black Eyed Peas and Dobbs, and there's no way you could get out of that one. Can't out-heal them either, especially with no heal cut actually on the side of Wall Street for that one too. That sentence does land onto Fallen Warrior, but not an easy target to kill. No one there to back up the damage. And speaking of heal cut, they finally pick up heal cut for start, but this is the first heal cut item for the side of Ronduit, and maybe a big issue with a lot of their fights. That sentence is going to be evaded from Fallen Warrior. But this kill onto Wall Street does slow down the pushing potential of Tug for now. No objectives coming up just quite yet, so Wall Street will be back up before the next Cloud Soul fight. And you know, I don't think Wall Street is nearly as big of a target in these fights. I think the big one is probably Slifer. And Glada, you know, just kind of being annoying in the front line makes it a little bit harder for them to get to this way.
All right, so we'll have to see. We got 45 seconds until Drake, now 45 until the Baron. And you can see right now, Glada is trying to clear away the top lane wave. Stark still hasn't recalled yet. So we'll see when he does choose to take that one. Does have TP available, but I feel like you want Seraphine grouped up with your team instead of TPing in to have that immediate value of the Encore, the beats, drops, the heals coming out. Now going to finally channel that empowered recall thanks to the mid lane quest. And Peas and Ipsy trying to get some vision for their team. Wall Street is here. He might actually get caught now, but they're going to hook in Fallen Warrior, not follow up on that one. But inside track to the Dragon is to the side of Conduit Tug, looking to start this one up immediately. But Ronduit, thanks to the Cloud Drake map, are able to quickly get back into the river and try to contest for this one.
And they're going to get some vision with the Scuttle. The World is going to be the first to be caught, but he is not an easy target to kill. Cosmic Radiance is used a little bit early, I would say. Call the Forge God, the second part isn't even used, and this is looking like a fantastic, beautiful. Try the 3 meters. Just dishing up the damage on the backside. The World might be the only one to survive this, but Fallen Warrior is going to fall. Soul falls in the hands of Ronduit Esports. And they look like they're going to try to close the game on this one. They still have a few turns to go through. And the World is pretty beefy by himself. But with these long death timers, I don't think they can defend this in just the 30 seconds. Let's see if they can do it, as this is a pretty massive wade. And Chinks getting excited. All of these objectives are just shredding through the buildings of Tug. And you can see the World trying to do something here by himself, but just not able to do it. That's going to be an ace. That's going to be game. And we have a 1-1 series in this Conduit Civil War as Ronduit Esports takes the second game.
It's kind of crazy to think that the 2 teams that have won so far in the series have had traditional late game scaling AD carries. I mean, who would have thunk it? It's like it's very important in the game of League of Legends and why AD carries are bot lane and mages are mid lane. It's who could have thought that, Caleb? Who on the desk here hates mage bots and thinks you should just pick traditional scaling AD carries? It's crazy. I wonder.
There's only one way to prove if your theory is correct, and that's if we go 3 for 3 on mage bot lanes.
No, God, no. God,
Will
no.
they I mean, that's some decent damage from Sniper for what it's worth. But unfortunately, just not enough. And the composition from Ronduit just looked way too strong in this one, too. A few missteps here or there in the fights gave Conduit Tug a little bit of hope. And I don't think Conduit Tug even played it poorly, but composition-wise, it was just a little bit too much for them to take out. And just, you know, that Aatrox just had so much healing. No one was even touching kills in that fight. 8-1 and 7 on the Jinx. But a really great response game for all of Ronduit Resports as they even up the series. And we got a series on our hands for sure. This is a best of 5, so we got at least 2 more games to go. We'll be right back for game number 3. Welcome back, everyone, to Divinity League. It is the semifinals, and the series is 1-1 in this Conduit Civil War. Ronduit with the comeback game or not comeback game, but response game, I should say, in game number 2. Great draft from them. Maybe a little bit more questionable draft from Tug. But that's enough from my thoughts on it. What are your thoughts on that draft, Chong?
I mean, I said at the end of the game, the two teams that have lost didn't have an 80 carry, so hopefully we don't see that again anymore. And I'm choosing my words very carefully here because we do want to get sponsorships here on Titan, so I don't want to get banned from anything. But yeah, I mean, for the side of Ronduit, Stark did get caught out quite a few times. I think he does need to clean that up for himself personally, but like overall it was a very clean game out of Ronduit. Like I said, with their composition, if the CC was being used by Tug on either Peas or Kills or Dobbs, the other two just got the free takeover team fights, and we saw that multiple times throughout that game. So it does make sense that they ended up winning. Tug had some opportunities back into this one. They stole the Baron. They had some winning team fights around Drake to make the game even, but it just became the late game Jinx and the late game Aatrox and the Seraphine healing that really took over the game for Ronduit, sealed it up with a team fight in front of the Dragon Soul, pick it up, win the game. So, all I'm saying is pick a traditional scaling marksman, and, that might be the recipe to success in this series so far.
Well, we'll see if that does happen for game 3, or we get another mage bot as we are heading into that third draft. But yeah, I don't know. It's just a lot of the typical mage bots have been picked up already. I guess Ziggs is still there, but I treat that more as like a standard, bot lane.
Syndra's still there, Victor's still there, Orianna, Xerath, Vel'Koz. You know what? Here's what I'll say.
Too many ideas.
Here's what I'll say. I will allow one mage bot to be played, and it has to be Vel'Koz. And if you're not playing Vel'Koz with the pasta skin, you don't get to play it. Only because when he gets a kill with the pasta skin, Caleb is legally obligated to say "Pasta la vista," just because. Wait, why is Asshole banned?
Whoa. Okay.
Wait, hold on.
Might be a slight type graphical error there, but it is. Yeah, I think it's not. So it's Yone. So it's gonna be Yone. We do have Conduit Tug on the blue side this time around. And a lot of the similar bands are going to be banned up here, but not everything exactly the same. As I don't remember the Yone or the Misfortune.
Jarvan, which has been banned away so far, is still available.
Ooh,
Garen's going to be first pick.
Interesting. Okay.
Garen was nerfed this patch. His ultimate does do less damage now than it used to, so that's really the only nerf, but overall it doesn't matter. Garen is still very strong in the right situation. But immediately, the Darius, all right, the more accurate top lane, Demacia versus Noxus, the two, commanders of armies just going up against each other. But yeah, Jarvan is still available. Poppy actually going to be picked up here for Peas instead of the Jarvan, one of his best junglers, so not surprised. Aurora, which was banned away last game, is available if Wall Street does want to play that. I'm trying to remember the other ban that's available now. Can't remember. But it's going to be Wukong. Into Poppy is interesting because, if Peas does get a good steadfast presence and stop the engage coming out from Glad, it can be pretty impactful in a team fight. So far getting matches, but Wall Street is going to go with the... Hopefully, Wall Street is gonna go with the Veigar. I had to stop myself there. Hopefully, this is a Veigar mid lane.
What if they go Veigar on Wall Street, but he lane swaps to bot lane, and it's actually Slifer in mid and Wall Street on bot? That is also possible.
I hope he does that, because then he has the mid lane role quest, and then he just does not get to play the game, really. So
he's just playing bot lane for this game. We get the Victor pickup, which of course can still also be in that bot lane. So just keep that in mind. But likely going to be in that mid side of things. Yone going to be banned a second time around, which probably is not exactly what is being banned, but it's going to be Leona and the Dr. Mundo. So okay, we got a slight little switch up here. Draft order going to switch up a little bit. So indeed, it's actually a Varus, and in all likelihood, Garen's going to be picked up later. So we got a few spoilers, but none of the champs that were drafted prior are necessarily not going to be there. So it's going to be Caitlyn, Nico, Varus likely on the bot side. So you could be a sigh of relief. That is indeed not mage bots. Could be Varus AP bot, which would be absolutely awful, but probably not going to be that either.
One more thing to note, the Yone was banned in second phase, not first phase. The Yone that we have by Ronduit banned in first phase is actually the Aurora.
Okay.
So yeah. So the Darius was a pick in response to the Garen. The Wukong was first picked, responded by the Poppy. That makes a lot of sense. Caitlyn, Nico, really strong 2v2 in the bot lane. I hope so. Hold on. I hope this is an 80 carry bot lane because Victor, Nico, and Vygar Lulu do not seem like good bot lane pairings whatsoever. All right. Woo! I can be happy. I'm so happy this game. Thank God. Oh my God.
All right. Well, we do get that. I really like the pickup of Poppy from Black Eyed Peas as well because you don't have to ban the J4 if you're going to pick Poppy, right? Because you know it's just like suicide for them to pick that J4 into the Poppy, just counterpicking yourself in a way. And because of that, they could just leave it unbanned and maybe picked up for a future game. But overall, the composition looks pretty wonky on both sides. You know, there's like it's not maybe the easiest draft to play out for either teams. I want to say, you know, I think setup is pretty important. Getting a good Nico ultimate could be pretty big, but setting up a good cage, getting a good Wukong ultimate with Glada could be massive. I don't really know what to make of this one. You know, I feel like there's not a ton of frontline for kills on this one, but I think if you position well with the Caitlyn, it could be still pretty good as you are going to still outrange everything on the side of Tug.
Yeah, I mean, it really is just Peas as the frontliner for kills in this one, but also Caitlyn has so much range, you can kind of be safe in this one. It really depends on like how Glada plays at the team fights and World getting on the flanks, but also I think the Vygar is a good pick into Nico, because if you get a good cage to stop the Nico engage, there is really no strong engage on the side of Ronduit, and your comp just gets to walk forward as a response to it. But like you said, definitely some interesting drafts in this one. Neither side really has like that true frontliner. It's like 280 bruises in the top side, really looking to have like enough HP to be able to tank and face check some of these brushes. So definitely going to be an interesting one coming out. I think for teamfight wise around these neutral objectives, whichever composition gets to set up first will have the advantage going into it, because it is really hard as the opposite composition to walk in to the comps they are going up against. So I mean, drafts fully available. We're seeing the five champs for each side. I think this one can go either way. I don't know who's going to be coming away, taking that series lead 2-1 over their sister team in this one.
Yeah, this game is pretty important too, right? Getting that 2-1 lead will just put you on match point and really put the pressure on against the opposing Conduit team. And we'll see kind of how it goes. I think between the two games, I think the biggest thing I've noticed is, particularly in that mid lane, Wall Street seemed to have the better of Stark in a lot of those matchups. But I think that they made a great response in that second game with Black Eyed Peas rotating over to that mid lane, just catching Wall Street slightly overextended. And honestly, just Warwick in general can just catch enemy champs pretty easily too in general. So I think if they play out that mid lane matchup pretty well, or if Stark just plays the laning phase pretty well, then I think Ronduit will have a serious good chance at winning this. But we'll see. A lot of scaling on both sides, I would say. Caitlyn's going to just do a ton of damage, and with no traditional tanks on the side of Conduit Tug, that Caitlyn can really put some damage out. But same thing can be said about the Veigar as well too. Without really outside of Poppy too, you could just burst a lot of people, especially if you get your stacks up on the Veigar.
Yeah, and I mean, I think my biggest issue with this game is I don't know who's won already because there's no mage bot. So like the recipe for success of this year, I can't tell. Like we have two traditional comps, so it's like really hard for me to just know from the get-go who's gonna win. So I mean, I think this might be the closest game we have so far, but I can easily see either side getting an early advantage once again and just kind of snowballing this game with the comps that have been drafted. Like you said, Vygar has the potential to one-shot people if he gets his stacks up early. I mean, the Garen can absolutely take over a game. Darius can take over a game. Caitlyn with the range can do so much work. So definitely going to be an interesting one. And Peas has gone for the Aftershock on the Poppy. Not something I typically see. I normally see Conqueror a lot, so trying to be more of that front line for the team with that Aftershock.
Yeah, I think that makes sense too, especially with the composition of Ronduit, right? Without a lot of traditional front lines. So gonna want to just be a little bit tankier for your carries, and we'll see if that pays off or not. But not a lot of champs to really skirmish with, honestly, with the Poppy for this one too. So we'll kind of see how that goes. As Slifer is going for the on-hit Varus instead of poke Varus, which is interesting because I think poke Varus could still work pretty well here, right? There's not a lot of health-heavy champions on the side of Ronduit, but you know, I think on-hit Varus can still dish out a lot of damage, especially if you can close the gap with this Caitlyn.
Yeah, well, yeah, for sure. Like, that's the biggest issue with Slifer in this one is that range discrepancy because he gets outranged by Caitlyn, but he's kind of even range with Stark on the Victor. So has to position very well in these team fights. But also this bot lane has so much pressure. Caitlyn Nico is just going to try to constantly poke you down, whittle down the HP bar, keep you under turret for the majority of laning phase. And you can already see Ipsy doing a really good job of playing the brush, just trying to get poke as much as possible, make it really impossible for Slifer to last hit these minions. But luckily, the Q misses, the E misses, so Slifer gets to walk up and have some free time actually trying to hit some minions in this one.
And I think actually paired up with Fallen Warrior on the Lulu as well too is actually not too bad to go the on-hit Varus. I think it will probably synergize a little bit better with Wild Growth in general. But so we'll kind of see how that pays off as our two top laners just skirmishing a bit. Dog's going to take a good chunk of damage, but Decimate going to heal him up a bit against the world. Overall, though, the sustain from Garen going to be a little bit stronger as the first potion is going to be popped from Dobbs. Both these top laners have been playing pretty well, though, in both series. So, matchup I'm very still curious to see how it plays out.
Yeah, and I mean, I still think like on-hit Varus is the better one to go with this game, but I think Lethality also did have a lot of value just because we already talked about how there is no traditional tank on the side of Ronduit. So that damage that comes out from Lethality Varus is going to stick because there's no healing on their side either, besides from Darius getting the Q on multiple targets. So could have played for that as well, but on hit, because you drafted the Lulu, just makes a whole lot more sense. As you can see, the mid lane going a little bit more even so far in this one. Bot lane's even. The only real advantage is Dobbs has a slight CS lead up in the top lane, but overall, nothing happening in the early game in comparison to the last couple of games. Looking at a little bit of a slower one, so we'll have to see when the game really does come online for both these teams, because they have two junglers who can get involved in plays early, but there's really no gank setup for Glada on the Wukong on his composition. He's the one who really needs to be starting stuff off, but really in the side of Ronduit, it's just Ipsy or Dobbs really getting the CC set up for P, so we'll have to see what happens.
Oh, the world going to be apprehended, but still dishing out a good chunk of damage to Dobbs. The world having a level advantage also has Ignite as a summoner spell, whereas Dobbs opts for the Go. So going to be much more stronger in some of these skirmishes. Meanwhile, Slifer's going to get rooted up, and the first blood goes over to Ipsy with that Ignite damage. They're looking for some more. I don't think they'll be able to get Fallen Warrior on this one, but a good trade for them. Unfortunately, the kill does go over to the Nico, but with the CS lead that Kills already has, and be able to shove some of this wave and get some plate gold, I think it'll be still quite okay for that 80 carry.
Yeah, and I mean, just a really strong early play by the side of Ronduit. Kills does use Flash to try to get the kill, but the Ignite tick is what's able to pick it up. They do get heal and both summoners out of Slifer, so it is very strong for them to get that, even if they did have to use both, and Peas did Flash as well. But, I mean, overall, the Caitlyn Nico lane, getting that lead early is going to be good for them, because now Caitlyn has a slight item advantage now, having that longsword over Slifer in inventory. Also has the refillable, so doesn't have to worry about HP pots anymore. So they can just look to be playing this bot lane as aggressively as they want, and because Ipsy got that first blood, having the Hextech alternator, that poke damage is going to be doing a lot more now. So not surprised to see Peas already hovering this bot side once again, now that Slifer has no sums.
All right, Black Eyed Peas looking for a pick here, but Slifer not next to a wall, not going to be able to make too much of it. Blue and Burst going to chip down the Bears a bit, but Kills already not super healthy himself, going to have to push away from him. So a good response there as Glada was there. Here comes the cage though, going to put Stark in a tough positioning. Gravity Field is dropped, they'll keep him alive for now, but the Massian Justice closes the gap there. Stark going to be picked off with a great rotation from the world.
Yeah, just a real good rotation out of the world there on his timer. Does flash and ignite ult. Did also have to use Wall Street ult to be able to pick up that kill. But the Garen getting a kill early, Garen's one of those champions that can take over a game if he gets far enough ahead. It just has so much damage. The constant lane pressure because of that passive, just constantly keeping your HP up, is important. So we'll have to see now. Start with no summoners, no flash, no TP. So when Glada gets level 6, that is a angle for Tug. But now the bot lane of Ronduit pushed in. Glada could come in behind them, but elects not to go for it. Just goes to get a potential play on Stark in the mid lane, and instead looks for the invade. Wants that level 6 before he looks for a gank, because that's where Wukong really is the strongest with the double cyclone.
Right. And you got the world collecting every sort of blade and sword possible in the game for the most part, outside of maybe the broadsword. But the world going to be ganked up here, stunned against the wall. However, this is Garen, and Garen should be able to get out this. The Ghost Apprehend from Dobbs might be what does it, though. And the Decimate is going to whittle down the health. Noxian Guillotine in response against the world. Going to get a kill back over on that top side. And now the gold lead is firmly in the hands of Ronduit in this early game.
All right, Ronduit once again have a lead in the early game. We saw it in game 1. We saw it in game 2. Game 1 went differently, but I blame that on the mage bot. Game 2, they won. Not because of the mage bot, just because the composition was different. But hold on, Gladys bot lane.
Ooh, Cyclone going to land as well as a chain of corruption. Kills does fall. Slifer going to be the one to pick up that kill. A successful gank on the bot side. Great response from Tug to get a kill on that bot side after knowing that the Poppy was earlier on that top side of the jungle. Wall Street just going to get some stacks up against Stark. Stark going to play this matchup a lot better, and the gravity field does stun up Wall Street. Wall Street going to take a good chunk of damage in response to that. But this mid lane matchup a little bit more even here, as Wall Street stacking up just his, AP in general, and as well as the tier, and Stark just playing a little bit more safer, but also just timing things really well and just hanging even with Wall Street, which was something that was kind of a little bit more of a problem for him in that first 2 games, but responded really well in this 3rd game.
I'm not surprised that Stark is kind of winning out on these trades, just because Wall Street on Vygar wants to go double scaling items. Oh wait, no, hold on, Peas is in a lot of trouble.
Oh, Wall Street dropping the cage as well, too, to make it harder for Peas to even go anywhere. I don't know if that cage would have even done much, but they pick up the kill on Black Eyed Peas, which means that all 3 grubs will go over to Tug. Meanwhile, Kill is going to be caught in a tough position here. The flash forward from Slifer to do as much damage as possible. Piercing Arrow does go wide. Maybe a little bit aggressive with the flash there, and now Kill's going to use the Ace and Hole, blocked by Slifer, actually, despite Lulu maybe having a little bit more health or similar. But I just want to keep this support alive. Happy support, happy life is what they say, right?
I mean, hey, the real reason you win lane is because of your support. I'm speaking on behalf of all support mains here. We're the real carries of the bot lane. Don't get it twisted, because they have the damage numbers and the kills. And oh wait, hold on,
Here comes a Pop Blossom, absolutely massive. Chain of Corruption does land onto Caitlyn, and Kills flashing it preemptively just in case a Piercing Arrow does land. Isn't going to be the case. Hey, I mean, I think Ipsy heard your word there too, as that support definitely carried that fight.
That's right. Ipsy heard me, and he said, I got you, Chong. I'll show it right now. That's the 2-man flash. Pop Blossom gets his 2nd kill in this bot lane on the Slifer. Kills, lives, does use the flash. It was smart by him to flash to not get hit by a possible piercing arrow. And because of the bot lane advantage, the first Drake does go over to the side of Ronduit. But this game is so extremely close in comparison to the last 2 that we saw. Gold is even at this point where we have seen Ronduit with the gold lead at this point in the game. So still can go either way. You have first item coming out on Wall Street with that Rod of Ages. Hex Optics picked up by Kills already in this one. So some items starting to come across. Real important that Wall Street gets Rod of Ages at 10 minutes, because that means it'll be fully stacked by 20.
That's right. And Wall Street not having as easy of a game in this first one, but speaking of which, there's going to be a gank on the spot side. Steadfast Presence going to be used a little bit early to close the gap here. And Heroic Charge does land onto Slifer. Slifer just instantly going down. It's actually Ipsy that picks up another kill. Killing spree on the Nico. Something you don't see super often on Sport Nico. But 3 assists going to kills is still something, as the Hex Optics is completed up for the Caitlyn.
Sorry, I'm flaming the Risen in chat right now. Sorry, but
You are good.
that was just well played by both Ipsy and Peas. Ipsy did his best to stay off of vision until Peas was in range, and then Peas was able to get the flash heroic charge stun into the wall, followed up by the Tangle Barbs into the trap, into the kill for the carry of the bot lane, Ipsy himself. So really, really well played by them. But I mean, it's hard to say if Ronduit can win the game just from the small early advantage that Caitlyn and Ipsy have in the bot lane, because there's a vibe. Oh, Glada, well played. But they knock Wall Street away, which is very important, because I think if Wall Street doesn't get knocked away there, Peas does fall down.
Yeah, great response. Oh, wait, Piercing Arrow does stop the recall of Ipsy, but the Caitlyn does get out of there. Good adjustment from Black Eyed Peas, too, right? Recognizing that the Keeper's Verdict wouldn't do much into the clone. Oh, flash for flash. Stark, though, still caught in tough position, and Demacian Justice not even needed. Just Ignite will do it. Well calculated from World. I thought he was actually going to, Stark was actually going to get out with his life there, but just not enough health for that one. Another great rotation from World, but World dropping the Ignite and the Flash for that one is pretty costly. Does put him up 3-1-0, though, on the kill score. Oh, Chain of Corruption does land onto kills. Barrier going to be popped. Barrier also popped from Slifer. And the 90 caliber nets, plus the Piltover Peacemaker, going to do a good chunk of damage. Black Eyed Peas is going to be the one to pick up that kill. I think Ronduit is just saying, you know what, kills? You've done good this series. You don't need any more kills. So they're just going to take every kill away from the AD carry.
Yeah, they said you got enough in game number 2. You don't need any in this game. You're going to be playing support Caitlyn. But just a good punish on the Slifer there. Was trying to get the kill, the solo kill onto kills, but P's right place, right time. Barrier, nice timing by kills. Ipsy gets the follow up as well. So just really well played by Ronduit so far in this early game. And this is also why I'm not the biggest fan of Varus. He's taken so many nerfs because he was so strong in the top lane that it ended up affecting him in the bot lane as well, and he's just not as strong as he used to be. That's why I still prefer other AD carries like the Zeri, the Ashe, the Senna still over him. Even like in weird situations, I feel like Kai'Sa is even better than Varus. So we'll have to see if Slifer can change my opinion on this one. But first turret at 13.5 minutes for the bot lane of Ronduit with a Caitlyn feels real good.
Air charge is not going to be enough to take pin the World to the wall, but I think Guillotine will be enough to take that one, as despite Dobbs being behind on kills, ahead on CS, just staying in the lane, just pushing the turret as much as possible, whereas the World has been rotating. The help from Black Eyed Peas has been crucial for Dobbs to just stay even or just ahead in that matchup. So far it's been good. I don't know when Dobbs will go for a rotation of his own, but right now just camp that top lane as much as possible. Oh, a great Tango Barb to stun up both members. Wild Growth going to be used onto Fallen Ward to keep himself alive, and here comes the Cyclone. Pop Blossom knocks up the 2 bot laners of Tug, but it doesn't stop the Wukong, and Keeper's Verdict not going to be used. Slifer again tanking another ace in hole to keep his jungler alive. Shutdown going over to Slifer is pretty big there, as that'll help Slifer catch up a little bit in gold despite being behind on CS and in assists. And this game has been, generally speaking, fairly even, I'd say. You know, like, it's nothing too crazy. I feel like the bot lane of Ronduit has looked a little bit stronger, but not too bad. And I think both junglers have been doing a great job of just rotating and making plays wherever they can.
Yeah, and I mean, ooh, nice flash there by Fallen Warrior to not get knocked up by that Keeper's Verdict. But Kills takes a lot of damage on the backside of that one, so we're going to have to be really careful here because Glad is still in the area. But like I said, a good gank time by Glada ends up punishing Ipsy. Now, Ipsy going to be caught again by Wall Street. Takes a lot of damage just from the QW.
And Wall Street feeling good, looking to potentially fight for this Drake, as it is going to be a Mountain Drake It's only the second one though, so could be given up to Ronduit if they really want to, but I think Tug looks like they want to fight this one. TP is available for both top laners if they want to join this fight. The world is a little bit, not really that behind, as Strikebreaker is completed up for both of them here, so we'll kind of see which team wants to commit more to this. So far, both top laners are going to still stay in that top side until a fight is truly calling their name. And the cage is going to lock up Stark. However, none of the follow damage is going to land. Chain of Corruption also doesn't land as well. And they kind of just sneakily stole the Drake under their noses. Fallen Warrior going to be the only one to pay for their lives. Dobbs actually TPing over to this fight, which probably isn't going to do too much as the cage just stops him in his tracks as well as Black IP. So great to grab the teleport from Dobbs. Wait, Dobbs did teleport, right? I don't see on cooldown for some reason.
Yeah, he did. Because it's the top lane quest. It doesn't show it on cooldown.
Yeah, that does make sense. But the world still has his own TP for this if he wants to go back over. And overall, I think fairly successful for Tug. They do lose their support, but that's about it.
Yeah, and I mean, I think at this point, Ipsy has made the point of who's the carry in the bot lane. Time to start giving some kills over to the rest of your team. Now sit at 4-1-1 on this Nico. I mean, he's going to get to potentially really early Zonias if he wants to go for it, but it looks like he might actually be going for a Storm Surger as his second item because he has so many kills, just looking to get even more damage for himself. He's also gone for the one support item name that I do not know, because I never built it. It's like ZZ something. It's not ZZ Rot. I think it's like Zazex. Yeah, something. I truly don't know the name because I never upgrade into that one. So just looking for more damage. I feel like
you might be a mage hater in general, not just a mage.
No, I'm not. I'm not a mage hater. Look, I'm not gonna say what mage I enjoy playing, because people are gonna make some accusations at me. But I told you I do like playing Lily the Jungle. That is a mage, if you think about it.
Fair enough.
I do. Look, I'll play Karma. I'll play Lux, like, if I have to. Like, I'll play Seraphine, even though I hate Seraphine. See, I enjoy my Enchanter mage supports. I like Soraka, I love Sona. Unironically, love playing Yuumi. Everybody hates Yuumi. I'm like, nah, please find a situation for me to play this champion. I think Yuumi is so fun to play, like, actually. But,
see, I think the mage bot hate is even more justified now. Oh, here comes the hero charge. Pop Awesome is going to pick up both members of Tug. And the Keeper's Verdict going to keep the Bears in place. They only... Oh, Ace in the Hole is going to be blocked up from Glada. They only... Oh, my gosh. And the Rocket Belt is going to clean up the kill. They do indeed finally get two members, but the flash forward from the Garen is going to try to look for some kills. The cage is there to slow up the fight, but doesn't actually stun up anyone, so they don't get too much else out of it. Crazy combo, though, from Ronduit to pick up the bot lane of Tug. And they do indeed pick up both members. Meanwhile, Stark is getting some value on this bottom side too. So that was quite the fight for Ronduit. And it's starting to go more and more in their favor.
Yeah, just a really good CC chain there by Peas and Ipsy. They get Pop Blossom onto both, the two-man Keeper's Verdict, and then they're just able to lock up Slifer long enough to pick up the kill, even with the flash and the barrier. And then Ipsy... I said the real carry of the bot lane gets the snipe kill with the Proto Belt on the Fallen Warrior. Really well played. Also really good peel by the rest of the side of Ronduit when the world goes in to try to kill kills and just not able to succeed on it. He does also end up escaping. So overall, just Ronduit getting some better picks so far in this mid game. We have 30 seconds until Baron's on the Rift. I don't think any team's going to be looking at that quite yet. But in a minute 20, we're going to have the third Drake of the game. I'm not sure what soul it is this game. I think it's... Okay, it's Hextech as I see Peas take a Hextech portal. So we're getting Hextech soul in this game. And I mean, that's really strong on either composition that gets it. I think it's a little bit better for Ronduit just because they have more poke with Start kills and Ipsy. But... still very value for the side of Tug if they're able to pick that one up in this game.
We can see the stacks on the Veigar as well, almost at 200. Just starting to slowly stack up as much as possible as the Seraph's Embrace and Rod of Ages is fully completed. Explains the level advantage, obviously, for the Veigar, but Wall Street will have to dish out some pretty crucial damage in the late game to get the team back into this. I mean, the goal differential isn't that big, but it just feels like Ronduit is getting the better of these fights. We're just getting really good pick value. As it is, the score is 9-5 for what it's worth, but this game is still far from over.
Yeah, 100%. Like, there's still so much teamfight power in the composition with... Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, no, Ipsy. I've been hyping you up too much. You fail flash and... Oh, no. Oh.
That's pretty big, actually, before Hextech Drake. And, you know, this 5-1-2 Nico will not have nearly as much value as some prior fights. As Tangle Bars does land onto Garen, but Garen should be able to heal that up. Damage, no problem. And they do have Scuttle Vision on this one, but I don't think they can contest it, especially after knowing that Pop Blossom is not available for them. And instead, Ronduit just going to push this mid turret as much as possible, maybe even take it out here as the Hextech Drake does go over to Tug. But there's actually still a good chunk of health on this one, and I think they're going to just pivot over instead and just run away from it. So getting this for free, essentially, for Tug is pretty massive. Meanwhile, Wall Street, takes the 1v1 over Start. Gravity Field is flashed out of there. Arcane Storm just not fast enough to take out Wall Street. So Wall Street, oh wait, ace in the hole. Gonna be blocked up from World. Great position from World. Actually even drops a cage just for good measure. But Wall Street's starting to come online on this Veigar.
Yeah, and because Kills and Ipsy rotate up to the top lane to try to get that kill onto Wall Street, the mid lane turret falls to the side of Tug there, so that's your one down. Very impactful, lets you push your vision line up further, and despite having the Caitlyn, who is very strong in this game, already on 2 items. They've only breaking 1 turret, and it was that first turret down in the bot lane. All the outer turrets on the side of Ronduit have fallen to the side of Tug, so the vision line is easily able to be pushed up and defended by Tug in this one, while Ronduit's still going to have a little bit of rough time setting up those vision plays. But all right, the world should just be able to run away from Peas. Not going to be too punished on this one, getting a turret plate up in the top side. I think Peas just canceled 3 auto attacks with the buckler there. But yeah, I mean, Stark almost getting that kill on the Wall Street. Really well played by Wall Street, flashing out of the gravity field, getting the ultimate, that primordial burst to be able to pick up that kill in that solo 1v1. Definitely really going to be strong on this Veigar again on a scaling chip, and now Stark in trouble.
Stark caught in another bad position, does flash out of the cage, but the Cyclone is there, and Glada going to be the one to pick up that kill. Not a fun time for the Victor, and honestly, not sure what else more Stark can do outside of just maybe having vision for that potential gank. And Glada all over the map too, just like Black Eyed Peas, and it's really been kind of a jungle masterclass between the two of them. You know, I've been really enjoying watching them go back and forth in these series, as they're not going to fall for the Nico this time around. And I think Conduit Tug is starting to feel themselves a little bit, as they do have the gold advantage now too. Hero Charge going to stun up Glada to get Black Eyed Peas to safety for the time being. However, they are getting flanked and forces the flash out of Black Eyed Peas, which is pretty crucial. Slifer going to be hit with the Wild Growth to keep himself alive, but Kills is dishing out a good chunk of damage to the Varus to probably slow down this siege and make it so that they can defend this tier 2 turret, no problem.
Yeah, but that's a massive amount of turnaround damage on the Slifer. Flash, barrier, heal, Wild Growth, all used just to keep him alive. Stops the siege in the mid lane and forces him to recall. So now the side of Ronduit, if they weren't so far under turret, probably could have sieged up that tier 1 turret in the mid lane. But Slifer just going to be able to walk back out in time, not have to worry about this turret falling down right now. But like you said, Tug with the gold lead so far in this game. And also, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think either team was able to pick up Rift Herald in this game. I think it was kind of just ignored from the constant scrapping back and forth around the mid lane.
Alright, that's going to be exactly the case, as the Hero Charge is going to lock up Fallen Warrior, and that's another pick off for Ronduit, as they're starting to even up the gold a bit. And, you know, the bot lane maybe not performing as well as they would hope for Conduit Tug, but the rest of their matchups do look a lot better and more favorable for them. They've been pushing on this outer mid turret for a hot minute. Now they got 4 members here, but the world looking for a potential flank. They're going to have to play this carefully. They don't have vision of this yet. Here comes Glada as well. Gravity Field, it's going to be dropped, but you get out of it. Cyclone going to be used. Pop Blossom is used as well, but not going to get too much out of it, as Keeper Verdict is going to knock the Wukong out of the fight. Wall Street in a tough position. Vygar, though, does walk it off, and Ipsy just on the wings trying to do some damage. Oh, the flash ignite forward from the Worlds, and getting stunned up by the cage is massive as Glada is back for the second part of this fight. They're going to have to run for it here as, oh, the Demacian just enough to clip kills. And now you see the Garen spinning in the face of the turrets. They wipe 4 members off the map from Ronduit, and now they're getting even more value here, looking to go straight for the Baron. And with no jungler up for another 30 seconds, it's going to be hard to contest for Ronduit.
Yeah, just really, really well played there by Tug with the double flank angles. Glada and the World coming in on 2 separate flanks, making it really hard for the Ronduit composition to peel either one of them. And that ends up costing all of them their lives, except for Ipsy, who barely escapes that play unkilled. I mean, it was a slight gold lead for Tug, but now it's jumped up to 6,000 gold. They pick up the Baron. Drake is on the Rift. They should be able to pick up that one. And they have such a strong wave clear on Tug between Wall Street, even the World, and Slifer, because it is that static shiv on the Varus. Can just static shiv the wave, put the blight procs onto everything, and then just use the hail of arrows and the piercing arrow. But now Dobbs might just be dead in side lane.
Dobbs going to take a good chunk of damage, though. He's still fairly even. Steric's Gauge is available for him as well, too, if it need be. Glada just steals the blue buff right out of Black Eyed Peas' nose, and yeah, I don't know. It's starting to look a little bit rough for Ronduit. They had a good early game, but we got a Rabadon's completed on for Wall Street right now, full item advantage. Meanwhile, you got a Hextech Rocket Belt for the Victor, which Stark isn't really doing enough damage already, and the Rocket Belt, it's okay defensively, right? But you can't really use to engage into this composition, and I don't know. It's I don't think this Victor's going to do enough damage with that item.
Yeah, and we're also starting to see the real issue of not having a true frontline on the side of Ronduit, because there is so much damage on the Tug composition. Who's going to be the one to walk into a brush to check for you? Who's going to be the one taking any poke damage coming out from Wall Street or even from Slifer? But now Stark might just be dead once again.
Yeah, Stark going to be caught in a tough position. Gravity Field was not enough to stop the rest of the onslaught of Tug. And now they're looking to close out this third game, a pivotal game at that. Kill's going to avoid some of the damage from the Vygar, but they're pushing 2 lanes at once, and they should be able to get maybe one of these turrets, maybe both. However, Black Eyed Peas is here for some additional defenses. The Empower Sea minions are doing so much, though, and they do lose the mid inhibitor turret. They might lose the mid inhibitor on top of it, and this could be an easy rotation back over. Kill's trying to take out that siege minion, and it does indeed do it. Here comes another wave, and this second turret does fall. Another inhibitor about to go as well. Are they going to try to go for the end? I mean, Victor is coming up right now. They do have a lot of Baron minions, but I don't know if they have the health to contend with this, as Wall Street going to be caught in tough position. Wild Growth's going to be used to keep him alive, and he does take out the Poppy, though. Things are looking pretty good, as Dobbs just trying to look for a consolation kill before the game is going to end. And it looks like the third game does go back over to Conduit Tug, as they look to end up on match points. And Wall Street finally goes down to kills in that one, but it was not even close in the end. 17-12, Conduit Tug respond back in game 3.
Yeah, and despite Kills and Ipsy having a massive advantage in the bot lane, Wall Street and the World were just so far ahead of their counterparts. Not that Dobbs played bad in this game, but they were just getting picks onto Stark, who on an immobile mage with no turrets to back him up because all those outers were gone, just constantly feasted on by Glada and Wall Street. Just made it really hard for the side of Ronduit to play this one out. And who knows, maybe if they had more frontline on the side of Ronduit, it looks a little bit different. But I mean, like, I feel like the side of Tug just played that draft extremely well, played it clean, got behind early, but it didn't matter because their key members were getting fed and strong at the right points. And Wall Street, once again, on another scaling mage, kind of just went unpunished in this game.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a draft diff there, but great execution as well from Tug throughout the series. I mean, they had some really good picks on the bot lane of Tug from Ronduit's side of things, and it looked pretty good, right? But unfortunately, in that mid game to late game, it's just starting to get worse and worse, especially with Wall Street again on another scaling carry pick, just performed absolutely well, and just found what was needed in those fights. Tough game, tough series for Stark so far. He will definitely need to be a crucial member to lock in for this 4th game to potentially force us to 5th and avoid elimination. So we'll see if they have what it takes. The Conduit Civil War continues as we head to game number 4, match points for Conduit Tug. Welcome back, everyone, to Titan Esports. We are in the semifinals of Divinity League. Single elimination. Only one Conduit team will make it out of it. And we got Conduit Tug with the 2-1 advantage. Match point for them in this best of 5. But Ronduit Resports still has a chance to come back from this one. But it's going to rest a lot on the draft and the gameplay of this fourth and potentially final game. I'm Caleb Peng. I'm joined with Chung. And no mage bots for game number 3. But
I hope we keep it the same for game 4.
it doesn't say anything about game 4. I'll just put it out there. Ziggs is acceptable, as we've concluded. But
100%.
But yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the traditional ones are gone. You know, and I think we see this in pro play sometimes where we have like Syndra or Cassiopeia bot, but this is Emerald 4 and below, so a lot of our bot laners might not have the mastery needed to pilot something like a Syndra or Cassiopeia bot. I surely do not, and I rarely see it in my games too. But yeah, we are heading into a draft shortly, and again, this is Fearless, so all of the 30 champions used in the previous 3 games are not eligible for this draft, as well as the 10 additional bans for this one. So we're really digging deep here. We went to 5 games last time. Still possible to go 5 games this time too, and the further we get along in this series, the wider the champ pool selection will be. So it should be exciting to see some potentially pretty crazy picks in this 4th game.
Look, I've already said the one mage bot besides Ziggs that I'll allow. Now that you said Cassiopeia, I will allow that, but you must pick Teemo support with it. Like that has to be like if we're getting Cassio bot, get the double poison bot lane, give me the Teemo support with it. Like I'll be
What
fine
about a
with that.
cast bot with the Singe support? Some poison there.
You know
too.
what? Lehens isn't playing it, so I don't want to see it. I'll put it that way. Lehens was like the one Singe support ever that I was like, yeah, nah, this is okay. Like his counter pick of Singe supported the Yubi was peak tier League of Legends.
That is pretty good. You know, Singe support with a Vygar bot could be okay to throw him into the cage. I can see some tech with that one. But speaking of majors, we do get 2 banned outs, as we've seen in the other games. Syndra, Aurora banned out, Leona going to be banned out from Ronduit, and then no scaling Smolder for a 4th game in a row. Smolder going to be banned out, as well as a Movement and Rel. And we're going to start things off with a Corki. In all likelihood, Corki in the bot side. There's been a few Corki mids over the years, not in recent years. It is not impossible, but unlikely. That does leave a lot on the table, though. It's going to be Ashe going to be picked up for Slifer on this bot lane. Hopefully, Ashe on the bot side instead of Ashe support. Ashe supports are really falling out of favor and has not just looked really good, but we'll see, as probably going to be... Oh, Ashe Braum. Okay, very strong lane for Tug to start things off.
Yeah. I'm not like the biggest fan of the Corki first pick when like Jarvan and Xin Zhao are still available, and like the Ashe, like who I think is like one of the best AD carries is still available. And then you pair it up with Braum, just like we know how strong that bot lane already is. But Corki Nami is an extremely strong bot lane in its own right, but I feel like Lucian Nami is slightly better. Ronduit still gets the Jarvan, as you know, the side of Tug wanted to go with their bot lane duo instead of picking their jungle, but Xin Zhao is still available, Nocturne, Vi, but the world is going to get his Yone before it can be banned away in the second half of the draft. So we'll see what Ronduit wants to respond with. Immediately, Malphite going to be banned away, not going to let that be an option for a counter pick into the Yone. I mean, that's what I would pick into Yone personally, but I also just love playing Malphite. I think the thing a lot of people will learn about me is I like playing just like stupid champions. I love Bard, I love Yuumi, I love Malphite. But getting Nocturne banned away for Ronduit, don't want to give that jungler over to Glada. And then he hasn't been touched all series, but he will not be allowed in this game either. No lock available in this game, as it is going to be the last ban for Conduit Tug. And Olaf going to be the ban, which could have been a jungle pick for Glada, which does work very well with the comp that they have already drafted. But they're just going to lock in Nefiri as the option here for potentially mid lane for Wall Street or jungle for Glada.
Yeah, I like this Nefiri pick a lot, right? Because you don't really have any traditional tanks yet. Renekton, not the tankiest. I mean, it's not a tank, right? You could definitely shred it still with Nefiri. And knowing that this is going to be a mage to the mid lane, you know that Nefiri is going to have a lot of play into this composition. So they're going to have the counter pick on top of that, too. And it's going to be Lissandra for Stark. Going to be the first seeing that. Well, obviously, first time seeing that in this series. Could be a pretty interesting one. Always a chance for Yone to be in that mid lane. Seems unlikely. And it's going to be Xerath in the mid lane for Wall Street. Pretty interesting pick here. I mean, you do outrange pretty much everyone else on the side of Ronduit. And there's a lot of close range champs for Ronduit just in general. But Xerath doesn't have as much team fighting potential. However, if you are ahead, all your skills are going to hurt quite a bit. Again, no traditional tank means that it's going to be a little bit easier to pick off some of these champions on the side of Ronduit. They're not the most mobile of sorts, right? I mean, Yone and Nefiri, yes, but the carries, the other carries on the team, the Xerath, the Ashe, going to be pretty easy for Black Eyed Peas to lock down in the right situation. The problem is you still have a lot of damage from Yone and Nefiri, so it could go in many ways here for this one. But overall, I think I'd like this draft to Tug a little bit more. What about you?
I mean, I'm going to be a little bit biased here because one of my favorite champs to play mid lane has been picked. I do love playing Lissandra. Lissandra is actually really strong into Yone. It's also good into Nefiri as well and can be really effective, like you said, into the low mobility composition that Tug has with the Xerath and the Ashe. If you're able to get into that back line, you follow it up with Jarvan. I think the big difference is you have kind of like a 3-2 carry composition that Ronduit has with really it's like the Renekton and the Jarvan and Corki. Lissandra can like carry a game, but like it's much more of like a utilitarian style of mid laner. While Tug, you have 4 separate carry options. You have the Nefiri, you have an Ashe, you have a Xerath, you have a Yone as well. So like they are trying to end the series here with one person or all of them getting fed and carrying the series, or just like putting all the gold into one person who gets super ahead early. But I think Ronduit has a good draft that can answer it, especially with the Jarvan Lissandra combo into the low mobility. And even if you are able to lock down Yone, he could have a difficult time with all the CC that can come out from Ronduit. Like the Renekton is a good counter pick into Yone. We see it a lot of times. So like I think Ronduit can win this game. It's just a lot harder. While Tug, their composition is hard to execute because once again, we're not seeing any tanks from either side. So like if you take a lot of poke damage from like Lissandra Q's coming out or like Corki rockets and Corki phosphorus bombs can be really difficult for you to walk into areas. But if I had to be a betting man, I would say that Tug is going to close the series out 3-1, and I think it's solely because the world got his Yone.
Yeah, definitely. We'll kind of see how Dobbs is able to square up against the world. I mean, they've had a pretty good back and forth series, I would say, between the two top laners, and now they're really having a significant, lead over the other one, I would say. Even like the Aatrox game where Dobbs was like really strong, the Aatrox, like the world was still able to get back in the game with the Ornn and still be very, very valuable in those fights. I think the difference between those two top laners that I noticed is that when the world is behind, he still finds ways to be useful in the team fights. But I think like last game when Dobbs was behind, the Darius just didn't do as much, and that might be more symptomatic to Darius as a champion and team fights in general. But we'll see. It could be a big game for Dobbs too. If he could hold back the world and shut him down in the laning phase, that could give him a chance to push it to Silver Scrapes. But here we go. Game number 4, match point for Conduit Tug. Let's see if Ronduit Resports has what it takes to even up this series and push us to that final game.
Right, we'll have to see how it goes. We have the exhaust on the world in the top lane. Dobbs sticking with the TP, not going for any aggressive summoners in this series so far, except for the exhaust last game on Darius, which makes a lot of sense. Kills has to go for the exhaust because of the CC that can come out from the Tug bot lane. Or, sorry, the cleanse. Exhaust already being used by the world in the top lane.
Yeah, forces the flash shot from Dobbs early on, which is pretty massive. I mean, the world's going to have an advantage having the exhaust in this fight as well, too, as Dobbs opted for the teleport instead for this matchup. But I don't know, that might come to hurt him in the laning phase, and even if you get TP for fights later, if you're just way too weak. that might not pay off.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the power of Yone at level 1 because Dobbs went with the Q level up instead of the Slice and Dice to be able to escape from a potential all-in from the world at level 1. Hold on.
All right, kills going to be slowed up quite a bit, but Fallen Warrior still forced to flash out as out of cooldowns, a little bit too out of range to do much. As there was a gank on that top side from Black Eyed Peas, but not able to grab the world. And overall, the aggression from Conduit Tug is on it for the start of game number 4. Wall Street just poking out Stark as much as possible, but Tug, they do not want to go to game 5 based on how they're playing.
Yeah, but it's also kind of expected for them to have a lot of pressure in the early levels. Like, Ash Braum is such a strong like 2v2 lane by itself. The world on the Yone, because Dobbs did start with the Q and didn't go for the Slice and Dice like I mentioned, just can be under threat for a lot of pressure in the lane early. But now that he's level 3, he's going to have access to all his abilities. Should be doing a little bit better in this lane overall. Is up CS, but the world did take his first recall. Picks up double dagger as well. So even more threat for all-in pressure if he is able to get it onto Dobbs thanks to all the attack speed he has with the lethal tempo. Does just do a lot of damage from those early auto attacks. Now Kills might just die here.
Oh, Kills going to be stunned up. Kills forcing the flash, but the volley and the ignite is enough. Flash response from Ipsy is going to grab a Fallen Warrior, but this might just be a double kill for Slifer, and Slifer is able to get out, doesn't get the kill. Black Eyed Peas on the hunt. Wait, doesn't get it. So Summoner Spell spent from Slifer, but they at least avoid the double kill on that bot lane. A good response from Black Eyed Peas to stop that chase. I mean, I don't even know if Black Eyed Peas was needed for that one. The turret itself was already doing enough damage. And Wall Street dropping an Eye of Destruction to chip out the Lissandra as much as possible. Shocking Orb is going to stun him up too, but not going to do too much outside of that. First Blood going over to Tug is pretty massive, especially for the Ashe.
Yeah, and that's just the power of the Braum Ashe bottom lane, just able to get all the CC out onto Kills. They force the cleanse early. Kills not able to survive that one. Ipsy does pick up the counter kill on the Fallen Warrior, and they almost do pick up Slifer, but because Peas comes in there at the end, tries to get the flag and drag, does get the flash out of Slifer, which can give him an angle for a gank down here in the bot lane, as the Valkyrie gonna have to just be used defensively there by Kills. Does not want to get any further behind in this lane. He's up in the CS, but down the kill can be absolutely massive because it also can lead to an XP lead for Slifer as well. But junglers have taken their first recalls. Glad is finally going to get his after taking a few more camps, so he's going to be up slightly advantageous in items now, as the world just going to use that Q3 there to escape from the potential gank that Peas was coming up there to go for.
Yeah, definitely. Good understanding there too, especially once that Conqueror's proc. You just do not want to fight that Renekton head-to-head. But the world feeling pretty comfortable on this Yone pick. We do see Nefiri just roaming towards this area, but I don't think close enough to go for any particular ganks. Is this Corki? What is this Corki skin? I could have sworn I saw a bunch of eggs. Oh wait, speaking of, yeah, well there comes the eggs, as he is going to be able to Valkyrie away, and Slifer in a very comfortable position behind Fallen Warrior. There's just nothing that could really touch this bot lane duo right now.
The Corki skin is one of the April Fool's ones. I don't know the exact name of it. I can look it up while we have a minute here.
All right. Well, Ipsy going to be stunned up, and that might just be another kill. However, the Aqua Person just going wide. Slifer, though, a little bit too low on health to do anything too much. Out of mana, though, is the Corki, so this might be a fight that doesn't continue too much longer. But meanwhile, Wall Street does go down to Black Eyed Peas, and Glada going to use the call of the pack to try to get out to safety. Is still only level 5, and a good pick off there for in this bit. Like, oh wait, a flash forward from Stark, but Stark is out of mana, so you know, maybe a little BM, maybe a little miscalculation. Either way, that is a creature summon spell gone. Fallen Warrior though getting a little bit called out, forced to flash away too. So the spot lane of Ronduit not going down without a fight, and they take the better exchange of that skirmish.
All right, so I found the Corki skin. It is Break Toy Corki, and oh wait, hold on. The ult being used by Wall Street here.
Yeah, right at the arcane, going to try to kill someone, but not able to. Meanwhile, Black Eyed Peas picks up another kill now. willing his team back into this game as much as possible. Glada is here though, not level 6, so can't really do too much for this chase. Fallen Warrior going to close the gap a little bit, but outside of Winter's Bite, not going to do too much there. So you were saying it's a Corki that's April Fool's Corki that's been making some breakfast. I feel like.
It's not April Fool's. It's from the toy line. So like there's toy next in and stuff. It's brick toy Corki. And little did I know, there's actually lore to all the League of Legends skins, and there's lore to the Corki skin.
Interesting. The lore is what? He's like a chef or something?
No, so I could read it after we get this dragon fight.
Yeah, Glada going to be caught in a tough position, just gets instantly blown up. Ipsy going to be the one to pick up that kill. A flash 4 from Black Eyed Peas, maybe a little too aggressive there, not able to close the distance between Wall Street, but they do pick up the first Drake. And it's not 4-1, and things look good for Conduit Tug in the early few minutes, but it's been all Ronduit since then, and a lot of it due to Black Eyed Peas. Oh, a great Aqua person going to knock up both members, and now they're looking for another kill. However, I think Black Eyed Peas might have overextended a little bit. Going to get stunned up, going to be ignited, going to have to fall from that one. Aqua person not going to land. They're looking for a kill onto kills, but I think kills should be able to get out of this, especially with Ipsy still at full health, trying to defend his AD carry.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, Ronduit was making the bounce back thanks to Peas being so impactful on the map. 2-0 and 1, as is Ipsy, the only kills in the game going to the jungle and support. Not typically where we always want them to go. Yeah, so the lore behind Brick Toy Corki is the exact skin name. Wait, hold on, Aqua Prison.
Aqua Prison going to be buffered up, but here comes the Cataclysm, and Black Eyed Peas just never left the area. However, Slifer does pick up a kill after that, and still going to be an okay trade for them for the most part, but I don't think Fallen Warrior is expecting Black Eyed Peas to still be in that push, so got a little bit too greedy with that one. However, they do give up grubs for this one, and that's going pretty good too, especially if the world is split pushing later on. Split pushing Xerath is kind of weak though, so these grubs won't maybe get as much value as they would hope for. Obviously, Slifer actually goes down to the Nami. Not sure exactly how that happened, as we're going to get a quick replay of that.
All right, so Ipsy just with, it's the Nami W that actually, the ebb and flow bounce is what actually picks up the kill there. Yeah, just well played by not only Peas, but then Kills and Ipsy to just go for Slifer after you burn the flash, looking to go back forward in the lane. As Dobbs in the world trade a little bit, but hopefully the Conduit team stops scrapping a little bit here so I can read this toy Corki lore. After Corki's breakout success in a new drama series about airplane pilots, executives wonders if he might appeal to younger audiences. When someone jokingly said, make him a chicken in a little chicken plane, everybody laughed. Hold on.
Oh, and Wall Street in a tough position, going to be frozen up here. Stark going to be the one to pick up that kill, and Glada a little bit too late for this one, but not sure if Glada could really have saved anything here, as Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes pretty far off the map, doesn't end up hitting anyone there, but yeah, great start for Stark. You know, we were saying this earlier, but Stark definitely needs to up the pacing a little bit in this fourth game to force this series to game 5, and exactly what he's been doing here on this Cassandra pick.
Yeah, I mean, just well played. Gets the CC combo onto Wall Street, and then they're just able to follow it up, be able to pick up that kill. Brutalizer in inventory for Black Eyed Peas, so he's going for Profane Hydra this game. He is not going for the typical Jarvan build of Sundered Sky, and I think that makes a lot of sense. The comp of Tug is so squishy. Wait, hold on. They're looking for another gank onto Wall Street.
All right, J4 going to be stunned up, though, so that does get Wall Street out to safety. And going to use the right of the Arcane, but there's a whole J4 right in front of you. Cataclysm is going to be dropped, but just not enough follow-up damage after that. And Wall Street feeling very confident in this 1v2. Going to dish out some of that damage back and forth as the world is here for a potential gank. I don't know if the world is going to be able to spot it up. Oh, Stark going to have to flash, but the flash fall from the world is massive. And the Fate Sealed and flash from himself is going to close the gap. A great response from the world. The world always looking for those rotations, especially in that mid lane. And Stark, unfortunately, the receiver of those ganks, as Glada is going to pick up a kill too onto Black Eyed Peas in his dying in his own base. And now the gold is pretty much back to even.
Yeah, I mean, we're just getting scraps everywhere as the world's going on Dobbs now.
Will just wants to take everyone on. Oh, hold on. Dominus is going to be used, which means that Dominus will be on cooldown. I think Dobbs is going to have to back off here and just recall. There's no way he can stay in lane, especially after the world saw that he popped that ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, we're just scrapping all over the place. The world... Oh, wait, hold on. Kills is taking a lot of damage here.
Aqua Person is going to land onto the Braum, and Glacial Fissure not enough to knock up the Nami. So they are going to be okay for now as Glada going to use Call to Pack to avoid some of that damage. But here comes a massive tidal wave going to be blocked from Fallen Warrior, which is huge. But Stark is here for the engage, and the Frozen Tomb going to do a good chunk of damage. And now they lose 2 members, jungler and support. What looked to be a good start for Tug. Great response, though, from Ronduit to keep this series still intact. Xerath, unfortunately, not able to, gank and rotate as easily. And with Right of the Arcane on cooldown, just can't really impact the map nearly as well as this Lissandra can.
All right, I have given up on reading the Corki lore for Brick Toy Corki. Shirogan, our lovely producer, has posted it into Twitch chat if you want to read about it. It's definitely not something I knew that all the skin lines had lore. I was just like, oh, this skin looks nice, I'm gonna buy it. But it's fun to find out new things every single day. Even at my ripe age of not gonna disclose my age, you still learn new things from time to time, especially about the game you've been playing for far, far too long. But I mean, overall, this game is just a scrap fest. Like, all right, Dom's gonna escape that one. Hold on, the world's still looking.
Yeah, World has Blade Rune Key completed up now, too. And Dobbs going to have to play safe under turret as Yone. One of those chances I could just kill you under turret and get away to safety with no punish. And Dobbs, unfortunately, has to recall again after just coming back into lane. And Wall Street caught in a tough position. Oh, a great stun. Flashes out too. Eye of Destruction is going to slow things up a bit. Enchanted Crystal Arrow also stuns up Black Eyed Peas. But Wall Street finally goes down. Glada, though, tries to go for the fight. However, the Frozen Tomb is going to get the double kill for Lissandra. Fallen Warrior forced to flash out to get back to safety, but the rotations from Ronduit is so strong right now that it puts them up to 11-4 lead. And really outside of the Yone on the top side, they're pretty much winning all the lanes here. Bot lane maybe a slightly more even, but you do have a 3-0-4 Nami that's piloted from Ipsy, who Ipsy definitely has a tendency to grab a lot of kills as a support. But hey, you know what? If your team's winning, can't complain about that.
I mean, this is why I love Lissandra. You saw Glada try to go in and get the kill onto him, just not able to. And now hold on, Dobbs in trouble.
Fate Seal going to be used onto Dobbs. So Dobbs able to stun up the Yone to stop any further damage. If that Fate Seal landed onto the Renekton, that might be a dead Renekton. As meanwhile, Fallen Warrior going to be caught up again. Great Glacial Fissure going to knock up all 3 members in the mid lane to get himself back to safety. But there wasn't really much committed from Ronduit for that one too. So that's a big ultimate that's going to be down. However, no objectives coming up anytime soon. So this should be okay. It's just the unfortunate part is I think this Zera just doesn't provide as much for the team as Lissandra does, and that is a big difference maker so far in this early game.
Yeah, I mean, I love Lissandra. On every team I play on, I try to tell my mid laners, hey, play Lissandra. This champion's just so good, because, like, if you want to play a carry jungle, great, she's going to set you up for everything, and look at it again.
Wall Street, a tough to side lane with Xerath, and even tougher if you got Lissandra and J4 on you 24/7. Now 0-4-0 on the Xerath. And Xerath's not a champ you want to be behind on early game because you already don't scale the best in the late game. And Lissandra, meanwhile, 4-1-4. Has the Malikans completed up as well. They do get the Rift Hail, though, on the top side. With 3 grubs as well, too, they can really push some advantages. And the Worlds, he might be the only one in the lead, but he might be the only one you need in the lead as he is going to be caught in this position. I don't know if Dobbs really wants to take that. Oh my gosh, just a couple autos. And he's already lost a third of his health.
Right, so Rift Herald was claimed by Tug. They're able to use it to break the mid lane outer turret. They're actually going for another charge here.
Oh, Fallen Warrior getting a little too greedy with it. Just means another kill for the Corki. And now the Corki, I think, is feeling pretty good about this matchup here. 2-1-5. Essence Reaver completed up too. But Fallen Warrior, I mean, I think even if he gets that crash, he still dies for it. So maybe not worth it, but he doesn't have much gold to his name, so maybe he wasn't giving up too much gold in that one.
Yeah, I'm also not a fan of his build. He went for Protoplasm Harness, which was nerfed this patch, and there's way better support items. So you see him going in, Rift Tail to 12k, goes down to 7. The Smite from Peas, and then, yeah, even if he rides it in, he's not getting out, but, like, that feels even worse to not even get the second charge in there when you take it for a ride.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you just gotta drive the Rift Tail to your own death there, and Fallen Warrior was indeed doing that for that one. But looking across the rest of it, I mean, the world might be ahead of DAS, but not by much, you know, like CS, pretty much the same, you know, only about 16 ahead, same level, same items for the most part. There's only just 1 kill for the world, so they are still pretty far behind. As you see, the scoreline is 13-4. The gold differential is not as big, though, as a lot of those sets were on the Xerath and the Braum, who are not worth much gold at this point in the game.
Yeah, it's also the turrets really helping out Tug to keep a close gold difference in this game. And I also don't think this game gets any easier for Tug unless the world literally just 1v9s this game.
All right, Fallen Warrior going to be caught for now, but there's not really much damage that they can follow up on Black Eyed Peas with those concussive blows. So going to be able to clear that. Black Eyed Peas goes back in there, and right of the Arcane is going to be used, but Black Eyed Peas has already taken out the AD carry. Black Eyed Peas does go down, though. Fallen Warrior going to be the one to pick that kill up. TP in from Dobbs, but the world is here as well, and the world is trying to do as much as possible. World gets exhausted up, flashes away as he is going to be completely CC'd up. Dobbs actually picks up that kill, and Ronduit Resports are looking for a game 5 here as they're establishing dominance in this first 20 minutes of the 4th game.
And Ipsy picks up another kill onto his support counterpart. Ronduit not wanting to go home just yet. They want to send us to another banger full 5-game series. And hey, man, I saw it in Twitch chat. I'm going to scroll back to find it. Wavy said, I'll gift subs if it goes to scrapes. I want to see 5. And Ronduit heard it and said, all right, guys, we got you. We'll go the distance for the entertainment value. 2 weeks in a row, potentially full 5 games. And oh no, not again. Wall Street getting caught out.
Wall Street forced to flash out of there just because of the greedy recall positioning. And Ronduit Resports all over the map, putting so much pressure on. And, you know, Wall Street has had a fantastic series throughout the first 3 games, but this 4th one has all been stark on the Lissandra, coming in clutch in so many of these fights. And here comes the world trying to poke out some of this damage, but I don't know if the Yone can do it as he takes so much damage in response. This is going to be sole point for them if they secure, and they do indeed get it. Now they're trying to fight it out here, but I don't think they're strong enough to, even though they have Ronduit caught in the pit of the Drake. Slifer on the chase, potentially looking to grab some more members, as Folly is not going to land on anyone, doesn't slow anyone down. Right, the Arcane is going to be used to try to pick up some straggling members, but their health bars are not that low. Might be able to get Stark. Glacial Fisher does land on the 2 as they're looking for more. Oh, the Face Seal grabs up 3, and they shut down so many members. The world takes 2 shutdowns by himself, and they just completely ace him out of nowhere.
The world smurfs the team fight, gets everybody with the Fate Seals. Well, not everybody, but gets enough. Fallen Warrior with a massive Glacial Fissure, and then it's just cleanup crew for the rest of Tug. We'll get a replay of this one. You can see all the low HP bars, the Raid of the Arcane landing on the start right there at the end, and then the Glacial Fissure knocks up to the turret being taken by Slifer. It doesn't matter, the world gets in there. The 3-man Fate Sealed Glada with the Hound's Pursuit. Nice use of the invulnerability there to not get rooted. by Stark, and then it's just wraps for the side of Ronduit. The turret gets claimed, the inner turret gets claimed as well, and Tug are not looking to let it go to 5. They want to end it here. Easier said than done. They have the gold lead now, but once again, Ronduit on sole point in this game. We'll see if they're able to claim it, but that was a massive swing of momentum over to Tug in this one.
And look at the gold differential, 2.5k for just the Yone in the lead there, because he grabbed over 2k gold in just the back-to-back shutdowns. One was onto Ipsy, and I believe the other one might have been on Stark. Either way, though, that's a lot of gold for one of the scariest members you have to face on the side of Tug. And the world keeping his team in this one.
Right, so we'll have to see what happens now after that play. Absolutely massive out of the world. Like I said, kind of feels like the world has to 1v9 for them to have a way back into this game, and he kind of just did that with that singular fight there with low HP. Just gets in, gets as much done as possible, falls down in the end of it, I believe, but honestly doesn't matter when you get that much value off of one singular ultimate. Luckily, like, sadly, the kills didn't go to, like, Wall Street, or I don't think one went to Slifer either. I think they all went to Glada in the World, and one to Fallen Warriors, but, like, it doesn't matter. You're getting big shutdowns. Hold on, Stark in the 1v2.
Right, Arcane used to push Ipsy out of the way, and Fallen Warrior going to be the one to pick up that kill. Actually goes on a killing spree, but Slifer does die for it, as the World gets a double kill by the inner turret. And looking for some more. Ipsy going to try to get out of it. Doesn't do it. And Fallen Warrior now picking up a lot of back-to-back kills. I think on a 4-kill streak now on the Braum. And even Braum's starting to get a little bit scary here too. Hearing that, you know what? I'm a support. I need some kills myself. And all of a sudden, this game is completely in Conduit Tug's favor, which is absolutely insane. As it didn't look like it was even winnable for them just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, not sure what happened on the side, but I know the World got the kill on the P's, then is able to get the one on the kills. Ipsy falls down to Fallen Warriors flash. Stark goes 1 for 1, picking up the kill on the Slifer. But yeah, now this game starts to become harder for the side of Ronduit, because the one character you didn't want getting fed, the one character you didn't want getting a lead was this Yone. You do have some good CC options to try to stop him. They're going to look for him right now.
The flash away from the world doesn't have the Fate Seal, so they do get the shutdown. The shutdown does go over to Black Eyed Peas, so great pick off from them. I'm just noticing as well too, I mean, besides the Profane Hydra, you have the Axiom Arc on the J4, so really going for a heavy damage on Black Eyed Peas. And I think it's a choice. Like, if you lock down, you know, some of the squishies on to Tug, it will work out. But the problem is this means that you can't skirmish with the world even further, which means that very few members can even fight the world 1v1, if any of them. And in team fights, that just means you go down further. So we'll see if that ends up paying off or not. Like, in the right situation, that Axiom Arc can, you know, really pop off with that lethality damage. But I don't know, in the late game, he might make the J4 a little bit too frail.
All right, so the Soul Drake for Ronduit is spawning. Peas tries to pick Glada there, but he gets away. TP already being channeled here by the World as Dobbs is recalling. So he'll have the TP in soon if they want to contest for this one, but they can also just give this one away. It's not Soul, it's only the first Drake for the side of Tug, but now that they're still looking to contest here, Dobbs finally TP's in, but this Dragon goes down quickly.
Yeah, Dobbs got that massive shield as well, but the Drake is going to be secured up, and Fallen Warrior feeling pretty good there. Can just jump to his allies, and that's exactly going to be the case. The gold lead is still in favor of Conduit Tug, but I think we're closing in on the point where one really bad team fight for either team can spell disaster, can lead to inhibs, potentially even the game, depending on how it goes. Baron is up, though, and both teams just trying to fight for vision here. They don't want any team to sneak away the Baron, but with how much damage both teams have, that could very easily be the case. As soon as your bite, not going to land, Fallen Warrior going to get back into safety, but they're looking for the engage here. Tidal Wave is going to be used, and it's going to be used to knock up a few members. I think Fallen Warrior actually buffered it with a Glacial Fissure, which is quite nice, and now they're able to turn it. Stark going to be the one to drop right after their jungler. Right, the Arcane takes out kills, and it's just Ipsy left here in the jungle. Dobbs too busy split pushing, didn't expect the whole team to drop that quickly, and Conduit Tug is going to get a huge advantage in this mid-river fight.
Right, so once again, they think they get a pick on the Fallen Warrior, but it's actually the turnaround play by Conduit Tug. So Peas goes in, he gets the knockup only on the Fallen Warrior. He can't get his ultimate off because he's stunned. Now Stark is taking so much damage from Slifer and from Glada. He can't get his ultimate off, flashes away, falls down. Then Glada goes in onto Ipsy. There's 1v1ing him as Wall Street lands the Ray of the Arcanes onto Wall Street, picks up the last one onto Ipsy, and then you can see it in the side screen at the same time. Baron goes over to the side of Tug, and now the question is, as Ronduit, what do you do? Like you said, Caleb, yes, you do a lot of damage on this Jarvan because you're going full lethality, but if you were maybe the typical bruiser Jarvan, you survive longer in these fights and they can be turned around by your team and the damage that the rest of them can do. But because you are full lethality, you were just going to get bursted. He's not even on GA yet, which makes it even more difficult. You see Wall Street, who was 0-4-4 at some point in this game, is now 3-4-7, has 10 stacks on the Magi's as well. I mean, this game has really turned around for the side of Conduit Tug off of one play from a dragon they lost by the world.
Yeah, and I think on the flip side of it as well, Stark started out 5-1 and like 4, I think, on the Lissandra and hasn't picked up a kill since. So things have really turned, and it really was because of that single Drake fight that they got the Chemtech Drake, but then just lost everything in that bot lane, and things have just snowballed completely out of control. The late game is pretty strong here for, the world might be calling top position. Oh my gosh, look at how much damage he's doing. He picks up a double kill somehow by himself, 1v3. Stark going to be the one to pick up the kill afterward, but here comes Wall Street. Going to dish out as much damage as possible. Eye of Destruction not going to land, and the Glacial Path does get him out to safety, but gets stunned up, and Wall Street's now on a rampage. 16 Magi stacks. This might just be the end of the game here, as there's still so much time left on this resign farmers, and Dobbs can't do anything about it. Slifer picks up a double kill. Glad is here to help push the turrets even further, and it looked like we were headed to Silver Scrapes, but no. Conduit, Tug, and the world has something to say about it as they take the 3-1 victory in the Conduit Civil War.
I fully think that if the world doesn't make that play after that third Chemtech Drake, it's Ronduit who ends up winning this game, but he gets enough gold back to all the members of Tug and gets momentum for him, and they're able to just snowball and steamroll from that point forward and able to pick up the series win over their sister team 3-1 and mark their date in finals between either Andromeda or Con Esports. Very well played at the end of the day by Tug. Sad to see Ronduit go home after a well-fought series, but at the end of the day, only one team can make the finals, and only one team can be the Divinity League champions.
That's right, and Conduit Tug came to play. Outside of a kind of a wonky draft in Game 2, everything else has looked spectacular for them, and despite the early disadvantage there, too, just the comebacks, they just scale, right? Even if they're not picking scale in champions, they scale throughout the game, and that's exactly what they did here. Even in the Game 2 when they lost, they had some promising fights that almost pulled them back in the game. But very looking forward to seeing them in that finals. And, we thought it might have been Andromeda for sure, but from the looks of things, Con has pushed Andromeda to a 5th game. And this is more games just in this series that Andromeda's lost throughout the entire season and playoffs combined. So if Con somehow upsets Andromeda, then we're going to really have a scrappy one. And regardless, it should be pretty scrappy either way. So big congrats to Conduit Tug for winning this one. And what a run from Ronduit, but their run indeed ends here.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Andromeda ended up winning. Andromeda. Oh my God, Conduit ended up winning, and Conduit ended up losing. But
don't leak the script now.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. But no, it was a great series. Despite the 2 mage bot games, I enjoyed this fully. Like I said, I'm really sad to see Ronduit bounce out. I'm a big fan of all these guys, love all of them, but also love everybody over on the side of Tug. So excited to see them in the finals next week. Gonna be a banger no matter who they end up playing.
That's right. And we hope to see you all in the finals next week on Monday at our usual time, 5 p.m. Pacific. And, you could do the conversions for any of the other time zones you may be in. And that's going to be it for us. So shout out to my co-caster Chong for holding it down, and for all the mage bot hates. It was great content for sure. Shirogan for running the broadcast duties, Siobhan for doing the observer duties, and of course for you all for tuning in. And that'll do it for us. Until next time, we are going to be... Oh, and shout out to Wavy and Shirogan as well for dropping a bunch of gifted subs. Either way, Wavy being a good sport there, even if it didn't go Silver Scrapes. But hey, maybe good fortune for a finals. A Silver Scrapes in the finals would be absolutely hype. But that's going to do it for us, and we'll catch you all next Monday for the Divinity League Summer Split Finals. Until next time, have a good one, y'all. Peace.